Kantoor is hier naby.
Ja.
Ai, lekker.
Okay. Are you asking questions today, Paul?
I just heard that I am, yeah.
How many questions?
And on what? Traditional leaders. What do I know about traditional leaders?
No,
Recording in progress.
There will now be a moment for silence, prayer, or meditation. Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. Honorable members, I would like to remind you that the rules, in particular sub-rule 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 applies. In accordance with Council Rule 229, sub-rule 1, there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice except the motion on the order paper. We shall now proceed to the motion as printed on the order paper in the name of Chief Whip. I call upon the Chief Whip to move the motion.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo wa ntlo ya bosetšhaba ya kgale ya di-province. Introduce yourself, honorable members and honorable ministers and deputy ministers. I move that the House knows that in terms of Joint Rule 161, one of the functions of the joint committees of the ethics and members' interest is to regularly review the code of ethical conduct and disclosure of members' interest for National Assembly and the National Council of Province members, and make recommendation for its amendment. Number two, further knows that the council adopted a new code on the 25th of April 2024. Number three, acknowledges that some minor typographical errors remain in the code as adopted. And number four, resolves with the concurrence of the National Assembly to approve for retrospective application from 28th May 2024, the following amendments to correct the identified typographical errors in the code. A, in clause 43A, after section 913 to insert C. B, in clause 14.2, after item 13.1A to delete L and to insert M. And lastly, to delete current clause 16.3 and to renumber the old 16.4 as 16.3. I so move, National Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. Before we could proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces an opportunity to make their declaration of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Maybe just to give clarity, because I know sometimes we tend to confuse this with voting on our members. This is an opportunity for you to explain yourself if there is a need to do so, as to whether why are you in favor or not in favor of this motion that is being tabled by the Chief Whip. Having said that, I will start with the province of Eastern Cape to make a declaration or an explanation. Honorable Nathan.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, no declaration on the side of the Eastern Cape. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We now move on to Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chairperson. No declaration from Free State.
Thank you very much. I see Honorable Mananiso is not here. I take it that Honorable Modise will stand in for him.
Thank you, Chair. May it please be placed on record that I'm speaking on behalf of Honorable Mananis, and we have no declaration.
Thank you very much. KZN, Honorable Billy.
Chairperson, we have no declaration.
Thank you. Honorable Mukwili.
No, thanks, Chairperson. As Limpopo, we don't have any declaration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ngumalo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of Mpumalanga, the province of the rising sun, we have no declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mabilo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. As the Northern Cape, we don't have any declaration to
Thank
make.
you
Thank
very
you.
much. Honorable Stole.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As Northwest, we have no declaration.
Thank you very much. Honorable Badenhorst.
Thank you, Chair. No declaration from the Western Cape.
Thank you very much. I will now allow once again provinces to cast their votes. I'll start with Western Cape, Honorable Badenhorst.
Honourable Chair, the Western Cape will support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. As Mpumalanga, we say we support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sithole.
Thank you very much, Chair. As Northwest, we support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabilo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As the Northern Cape, we are in favor, we support. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Modise.
Thank you, Chair. Gauteng supports.
Thank you, Honorable Billy.
Chairperson, the province of KwaZulu-Natal supports.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mukwili.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo re le Limpopo re dumellana le motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chair. Free State support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlangisa.
Thank you, Chair. Also to note that I'm standing on behalf of our Chief Honorable Nonkonyana. As Eastern Cape, we support them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, all provinces unanimously voted in favor of this motion, and accordingly, in terms of section 65 of the Constitution, I declare the motion as agreed to. Thank you very much. We now proceed to the questions session by our honorable ministers. We do have two departments that have appeared before us, and I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome the ministers who are here with us today, as well as the deputy ministers. We thank you very much and appreciate your honoring of this sitting. Honorable members, I would further like to remind you that in terms of Rule 229 of the Council Rule, that the time for reply by the ministers to question is 5 minutes. Only 4 supplementary questions are allowed per question. A member who has asked the initial question would be the first to be afforded an opportunity to ask a supplementary question. The time for asking a supplementary question would be 2 minutes. And therefore, the time for reply to the supplementary question will then be 4 minutes. The supplementary question must emanate from the initial question asked. I now call upon Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Hlabisa, to respond to question number 217 as asked by Honorable Finis. Over to you, Honorable Minister. You may take the podium.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to the Deputy Chairperson and all members of the NCOP. The response to the first question: there are various ways through which traditional leaders individually and through their formal structures promote good governance. As provided in the Municipal Structures Act, traditional leaders participate in municipal governance and advise municipal councils on matters affecting traditional communities. Through the local, provincial, and national houses of traditional and cohesion leaders, which are statutory bodies in terms of the Traditional and Cohesion Leadership Act, directly provide advice to governance, to government on governance matters in relation to traditional communities. For example, the National House considers parliamentary bills referred to it by the Secretary of Parliament and is empowered to advise the national government and make recommendations in respect of matters relating to policy and legislation regarding traditional and cohesion leadership. The role of traditional and cohesion leaders, customary law, and the customs of communities observing a system of customary law. Provincial houses play a similar role at a provincial level. Similarly, individually and collectively through their structures, traditional leaders contribute towards service delivery in areas where they coexist with local councils. For example, Section 29 of the Municipal Structures Act enjoins municipal council to consult traditional councils in the development of the IDP. Our priority as a ministry is to promote and support the implementation of these provisions. We have gone a step further by adopting the district development model as an approach of deepening the participation of traditional leaders in the development of their communities. The Department of Traditional Affairs has developed a guide on the participation of the local house of traditional and cohesion leaders in the district development model. And the guide clarifies for them what the DDM is and the role to be played by traditional leaders. One of the practical demonstration of the role of the institution of the traditional and cohesion leadership is the manner in which they partnered with the government during the difficult time when the world was dealing with COVID-19. During this time, we saw the institution of traditional and cohesion leaders working hand in hand with government and other role players to promote the use of non-pharmaceutical measures in the fight against the pandemic and assisting with the provision and distribution of food vouchers to communities that were in need. I must conclude, therefore, Honorable Chair, by saying, for full and effective strategic role to be played by traditional leaders to promote good governance and service delivery in areas where they coexist with local council, Section 81 of the Constitution needs to be visited so that the traditional leaders are not made spectators in councils, but they must have full rights to vote, to participate at EXCOM, and also to be part of forming the quorum for a council to exist, because currently they are just spectators. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I am informed that Honorable Finis has joined in on a virtual platform. I will now afford her an opportunity to ask the follow-up question.
Thank you, Honorable
Honorable Finis.
Chairperson. Honorable Minister will agree that the challenges and dynamics of interface and cooperation between the institutions of traditional leadership and local government differ from province to province and district to district. In this light, Honorable Minister, has any comparative study been conducted to explore the manifestations of the challenges associated with this interface? And if so, if there is any peer review and learning mechanism across and between the provinces, and if so, what are the relevant details? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Finis. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Finis. The response is as follows. No, there is no comparative study that has been conducted. Based on the response above, there is no peer review and learning mechanism across and between provinces. The interface between the institutions of local government and traditional leadership is regulated, amongst others, by Section 81 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act. This section came into effect in April of 2021. The section introduced changes regarding the participation and interface between traditional leadership and local government. To this end, the ministry conducted workshops regarding the implementation and application of the amended Section 81 of the Municipal Structures Act. This exercise served to ensure that there is a common understanding which should give rise to the Act being applied uniformly across provinces. Thus, the ministry focused on building the capacity of traditional leaders to ensure that there is participation in municipal council, although limited by the fact that the traditional leaders do not have the full and equal rights to councillors, but in terms of participating in discussion, they do. And secondly, that the traditional leaders contribute in the good governance of the municipal council. And lastly, that participating leaders play a role in informing the issues of development and service delivery, even if they don't have a final say when it comes to voting. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is from Honorable Gotzel from DA.
Good afternoon, Minister. Minister, millions of rands from the Department of Higher Education's National Skills Fund have disappeared after it was deposited into a bank account belonging to a traditional leader. Chief Edward Babalane spent, inter alia, 56,000 Rand at an exclusive club in Bryanston, 200,000 Rand at the Louis Vuitton store in Sandton, and 180,000 Rand on a ring for his Real Housewives of Johannesburg fiancée, Renette Siopela. The money was meant to uplift over 1,000 unemployed youngsters in Mabalstad Northwest and to train them in agriculture skills. So, Minister, in light of the answer that you've just given, especially with a focus on using traditional leaders to promote good governance and to develop their communities through the district development model, what consequences are there, other than pursuing criminal charges, for traditional leaders who do not apply good governance?
Honorable Minister, that is a new question that has been posed before you, which has more relevance to the Department of Higher Learning. However, it is upon you whether you are keen to respond to this question or not. But that is a new question. You are not obliged to respond to it if you so don't wish.
Thank
Over to you,
you,
Minister.
thank you, Honorable Chair. I kindly agree with you. This is a new question which I'm not going to respond to.
Point of order, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. What are you raising on which point, Honorable Badenhorst?
Chair, on your submission, that this is a new question. my
Honorable
submission would
Badenhorst,
be
on what rule are you rising on?
on the same rule you rose on, Chair.
No, can you be seated? Please, can you be seated? I'm presiding over this sitting, so you can't rise over something. I must give directives here. So if you can kindly take your seat, Honorable Badenhorst, if you don't have the rule that you're rising on, so that we proceed with the sitting. However, Honorable Gotzel, if the question that you've asked, you still want to pursue it, you are more than welcome to submit it in writing to the minister and possibly all other relevant institutions for respond to that question. Thank you very much. We now move on to Honorable Siwisa, who will make the follow-up to the minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, it often seems as though there is not enough or there is not a good working relationship between traditional leaders and ward councillors or public representatives, as the municipality and traditional leaders do not always see eye to eye on certain issues, even though service delivery is needed by the people that they serve. That's mainly because there is often miscommunication in terms of responsibilities of both parties. Some traditional leaders find themselves at crosspaths with councillors or public representatives, and the lack of respect can be noticed in some instances. This power dynamic between the two is a serious source of concern, as it may lead to delays or lack of service delivery or slow reaction to service delivery. In light of these concerns, what recent interventions have you taken to strengthen the relationship between traditional leaders and municipal councillors or public representatives? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Siwisa. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you very much, Honorable Siwisa, for that question. Indeed, there is a challenge in many areas between ward councillors and traditional leaders. This is caused by the fact that in some of the areas, there is poor working relationship between a councillor and a local traditional leader. What can make things easier before even the intervention of the mayor at a local level, because a smooth working relationship at a council level within the boundaries of the municipality must be a responsibility of the speaker. MEC at a provincial level should only intervene when things are not getting under control, and the minister at a national level can only come on board when things are not working at a local government level. That is why it is important, therefore, ward councillors should treat the traditional leaders with full respect in terms of consultation, because every development in a traditional or rural community area happens in an area under a traditional leader, where there is mutual respect, consultation challenges do not exist. But of course, the Ministry of COGTA has a role to play to facilitate good working relationship between the traditional leaders and the local council, especially the ward councillors, and facilitate the good working relationship between the ward committee and the local traditional leader, and promote the councillors to attend the traditional councils so that whatever development comes into the area, it is reported correctly in the traditional council, because not all traditional leaders are part of the council, because only 10% sit in local council at a municipal level. But over and above, what will make things go well is to change Section 81 to give equal and full rights between councillors and traditional leaders. The traditional leaders not to become spectators when they come to council, but become full participant in terms of voting, in terms of sitting at EXCO level, and make decisions as part of the council. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is from Honorable Briat. Over to you.
Chairperson, the latest order paper shows that it's deferred. My colleague, Honorable H.J. van den Berg, will take the question.
Thank you very much. That has not been brought to my attention. You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, given the strategic role traditional leaders play to promote good governance and service delivery, as per question, which observable measures are being taken to encourage and empower traditional leaders to partake and assist in achieving the goals of the medium-term development plan? Will these observable measures be made publicly available? What mechanisms are in place to ensure traditional leaders are held accountable to SPLUMA spatial regulations in their governance roles, and how can traditional leaders enhance their accountability in promoting good governance and service delivery under the current legislative frameworks? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The response to the question will revolve on what I have said before. If we want to see traditional leaders contributing meaningfully, especially on SPLUMA, they should be accorded full respect and full rights in participating in the decision-making. The Ministry of COGTA, of course, is working in consultation with the National House, and of late, we are working in good relations with the kings and queens, as we have recently launched the forum over the weekend to ensure that our traditional leaders participate in shaping the development in their areas of jurisdiction, and also contribute in advancing democracy as well as development and service delivery, while they play a full participatory role than being spectators when it comes to voting and participating at an EXCO level. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now move on to question number 3, which is asked by Honorable Skier Kochel to the Minister. Over to you, Minister. (203), Minister. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. With regard to this question, Section 43 of the Municipal Systems Act empowers the minister to prescribe, regulate, and review key performance indicators applicable to local government generally, regarding the monitoring of the impact of the local government regulations, the rationalization and standardization of indicators through the reporting reforms. This will help to ensure a set of comparable indicators that will support cost-benefit analysis of local government in the future. As part of the development of regulations, consideration is being given to the reporting burden that already exists on municipalities, and the regulations will help to ensure that, one, more timeous information is shared through official reports. Two, this information is made available. Thirdly, the information is used to inform necessary support. And fourthly, that ultimately the information is available for elected representatives to fulfill their oversight duties. The 9 provincial COCTA departments and municipalities will provide implementation support and training to institutionalize the local government indicators when regulated. The guidance, support, and feedback provided to non-metropolitan municipalities during the current piloting process of the local government indicators will be enhanced towards the finalization of the regulations. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Skirkoche.
Thank you, Chairperson. Dear Minister, do you think that the current legislation on Section 139 and 154 and 155 is sufficient to ensure proper intervention to fix municipalities? If not, why not? And will the Minister commit today to create better legislation to implement when we intervene in municipalities?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The 2 sections referred to are sufficient to turn things around. But the first one that must be activated is Section 154. Jumping to Section 139 is not an ideal way to go. Support must be given to municipalities when challenges are being realized. Monitoring must be given, financial support, and when things do not turn around, it is only then you can jump to Section 139 because the preliminary intervention has been done. In areas where there is cooperation and capacity in a municipality where intervention is done by Section 154, things do get turned around and the municipality become functional. But in areas where probably there is a lot of incompetence and there is a lot of intervention, either from political side to administration, and there is poor cooperation, when support is given, there is no response. Eventually, there should be consequence management. The challenge with Section 139, as many municipalities are under Section 139 with no tangible results. One, when you deploy an incompetent person, you won't get good results. And when the administrator gives a report as to what are challenges in this municipality, if there is no consequence management, there will be no change. So the two pieces of sections of legislation you're referring to, Honorable Member, are sufficient if they are applied correctly and suitably qualified, competent people are deployed to give support to municipalities, and in return, municipalities cooperate and perform in the interest of the people they represent. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now move on to a follow-up question, which shall be asked by Honorable Mabibo. Over to you, Honorable.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister.
Can you mute? Thank you very much. Sorry about that, Honorable Mabibo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Has the Honorable Minister checked with the organized local government, the South African Local Government Association, whether it has conducted any research with clear and credible policy recommendation on this matter? And if not, why not? And if so, what are the relevant details? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mabibo. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. A direct response on has the ministry consulted SALCA? The answer is no. Why? It is not necessary to check with SALCA specifically on this matter now, as SALCA is a member of the Joint Planning, Budgeting and Reporting Reforms Steering Committee overseeing the reporting reforms process, which include the amendment of the Municipal Planning and Performance Management Regulations of 2001 in terms of Section 43 of the Municipal Systems Act. With its challenges as outlined, as Performance Management Regulations of 2001 in terms of Section 43 of the Municipal Systems Act, with its challenges as outlined in the response. There are also regular meetings between SALCA and COCTA to coordinate the work in order to rationalize and standardize the local government performance indicator. So now we belong in the same WhatsApp group with SALCA. These meetings support the work of the Political Joint Executive Committee, JEXCO, between the leadership of SALCA and COCTA. One of the standing agenda items in this structure is the progress made with the development of the regulations on the local government indicators in terms of Section 43 of the Municipal Systems Act. Again, important here is that SALCA, as one of the key partners, has been part of and supporting the joint government reporting reforms process of rationalizing and coordinating the development and institutionalization of a set of standardized key performance indicators for local government, for which regulations are being consulted and developed. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question shall be asked by Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you, Minister. Section 62(1) and 95A of the MFMA stipulates that the accounting officer of a municipality is responsible for managing the financial administration, as well as must, for this purpose, take all reasonable steps to ensure that resources of a municipality are effectively and efficiently used. The question to you, Minister, today is what tangible measures does the Minister have to ensure real transparency this time in your term, Minister? Because we've got varied municipalities. We recently visited a municipality in the Free State, Maluti or Pofung, where you find that for many years that it has worked or operated without real consequence management. So we would like to know what accountable and real transparent effective strategies have you got planned? Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. This time around, we have adopted through the cabinet process the turnaround plan, where we have categorized municipalities into 3 categories. Municipalities that are functional, municipalities, second category, that are at risk, and the third category, municipalities that are distressed or dysfunctional. The municipality you are referring to belongs to the third category of municipalities that are distressed or dysfunctional. They are 35 in number. And out of these 35 municipalities, we have further identified 10 worst performing municipalities. And the municipality you are referring to belong to the category of the 10 worst performing municipalities. The first thing that we are doing currently, we are doing the auditing of who is the municipal manager, what are his or her qualifications, the CFO, did he or she met the requirements when he or she was employed, the director corporate services and director technical services, because for a municipality to fully functional, it must be the municipal manager is competent, CFO, director corporate services, and director technical services. By the end of December, which is a short-term goal, we will have data in terms of the 35 municipalities that are dysfunctional in terms of who is there. But we will go a step further to look as to who is the mayor in the municipality. Because you can have, if you have an incompetent MM and a mayor who is not competent, you can't have any good outcome. We cannot have any role over mayors, but once we have concluded in terms of, because we are collecting data, what are the competencies of the mayor? What are the competencies of the speaker in terms of academic level? We are not prescribing any academic standard, but they should be basic, because you can't read the financial statements if you don't have a certain standard in terms of education. We will relate to a relevant political party that in this municipality, we are addressing the issue of CFO. Because if we find that a CFO is not competent and doesn't have the requirements, we will request the records of the interviews, that how he or she got in. If she did not or he did not meet the requirement from the beginning, there should be a consequence management. And throughout also, a political party responsible for the governance of the municipality, we will convey the information that you can better help this municipality if you can attend the competencies of the face of the municipality, the mayor, and the speaker who runs the council. Why? Some municipalities deliberately go for person who is number 5 in terms of interview results and deliberately ignore all people from number 1. But if you have a competent speaker, he will say, not in the council I chair, you can't take a person who did not meet the requirements. Thank you.
Thanks, Minister. When they are appointed, not deployed. We'll now move on to the next follow-up question, which is asked by Honorable Makesini.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, how will the minister ensure that the insight gained from this evaluation are effectively integrated into the future policy development? And what measures have you taken to address any unidentified gaps in the current monitoring and the support mechanism at all local government? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Makesini. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. By the end of this year, because we must be honest to the House, Honorable Chair, we just got in after 29 May elections. And the first short-term goals that ends in December, we are doing a thorough stock taking to identify gaps, and we decided to use a targeted approach. The municipalities that are flowing, doing well, they complete projects which they have undertaken. Auditor General gives a clean bill. We will be overseeing them to carry on doing well. But as you rightly indicate, what steps are we taking in order to close the gaps? By the end of this year, December, which is the first 4 months, from September to December, our concentration is targeted on the 35 poor performing municipalities, while we are not neglecting the rest in order to bail them out, because if they fail to perform, services without any doubt becomes almost zero. That is why we said, let us use a targeted approach. Where we identify gaps, we will provide support. We will monitor after giving support. Where we need to deploy people in the finance department, we will do so. Where we need to provide support in terms of dealing with the infrastructure project, we will do so. Where we need to provide capacity building through workshopping, we will do so. But at the end of the day, once support has been given, there must be performance. It can't be support with no performance. And if people do not want to cooperate, consequence management should be the thing to follow. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We'll now step off this question and move on to question 222, which is asked by Honorable Kaunda initially. However, he will not be in the House today. He has since requested Honorable Mabibo to stand in on his behalf. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I have touched a little bit on this question because it deals about unfinished infrastructure projects. Municipalities have many unfinished projects because of the lack of project preparation and sound project management practices. Some municipalities lack capacity to procure infrastructure projects, which results in under or over-designed projects and cost overruns. Unexpected project cost result in unfinished project. Poor infrastructure procurement methods, including appointment of contractors with the lowest price, with the minimum consideration of functionality evaluation, also affect the completion of infrastructure projects. Poor oversight by municipal councils also contribute to poor execution of project. COPTA, through MISA, is working with the National Treasury to roll out the standards of infrastructure procurement and delivery management practices in all municipalities. Municipalities are also offered skills development training programs on the MFMA guidelines for the bid committees. These workshops are intended to empower municipalities to draft proper project specification, terms of reference, and conclude sound contracts with service providers. The department will continue to work with the stakeholders such as SALCAM, National Treasury, and sector departments to capacitate municipalities on, amongst other areas, infrastructure management. But above that, if you hired an incompetent director of technical services, definitely you will have a problem. If the technical section is not having competent people who must monitor projects from the beginning up to an end, you will experience a problem. That is why, therefore, the municipalities that experience a challenge of incomplete projects, the municipalities who fail to consume or use in total the MIG funds, we come closer through MISA. MISA becomes an implementing agent on behalf of municipalities, and MISA have sufficient expertise in terms of engineers, in terms of people who have sound knowledge on financial management. And through MISA, we are running a project at Utugela and another project at Umfuleni. These projects are going very well, and they will be completed, and there will be no money that has to be lost by the municipality simply because it is implemented by competent people. COCTA, therefore, can assist municipalities, but at most, municipalities must have competent people. If we discover they are not competent, we persuade them, come on board and get assistance from MISA so that the municipality doesn't lose money, yet the project gets finished and people get the maximum benefit. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. As the chairperson had indicated earlier, the proposer of the question, the Honorable Kaunda, is not available at the moment. So the follow-up question will be taken by the Honorable Mabebo.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister will certainly agree that the project planning, implementation and monitoring capacity across the municipality is uneven and requires differentiated and targeted support by the provincial and local government in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution. In this regard, has the department made any determination on the efficacy and effectiveness of this support to municipalities by the provinces and national government across the provinces? If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabebo. Honorable Minister, your response.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, the department made use of the analysis conducted towards developing the latest state of local government report to ascertain the efficacy and effectiveness of the support provided. In terms of Section 154 of the Constitution to municipalities by national and provincial government, resultantly, the department has arrived at a determination that intervention provided through the introduction of the municipal support and intervention plan is effective. The department conducted a comprehensive assessment on the performance of municipalities across several performance areas, including service delivery. In doing so, this 2022 State of Local Government report was used to provide baseline for the analysis. In 2022 review, 66 municipalities were classified as dysfunctional, but the 2023 review classified only 35 municipalities as dysfunctional, which then led to the introduction of the municipal support and intervention plans to address observed challenges in the 35 municipalities that were classified as dysfunctional or distressed. All dysfunctional municipalities are receiving support from the national and provincial government to develop and implement the MSIPs to address governance issues, administration, financial management, and infrastructure management deficiencies. According to the 2023 State of Local Government report, the number of dysfunctional or distressed municipalities has decreased, which I have said from 66 to 35. This decrease is attributed to the intervention, which include the introduction of the MSIPs undertaken by the government, both at a national and provincial level, to support our municipalities. The MSIPs are customized to the unique challenges of each municipality as a way of appreciating the uniqueness of their operating environment. Through the MSIPs, the government is able to provide each municipality with targeted and differentiated support. It is our intention that by the end of 2025, the 35 municipalities must have moved from the ICU to be fully functional. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. We now move on to the next follow-up question, and that's from the Honourable Kesa from the EFF.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Minister, the reality is that, Chief, amongst most of the municipalities that you are alluding to that are dysfunctional is the question of skills audit. But over and above skills audit, Minister, is the question of corruption that is embedded into the tendering system, which result into the improper and incomplete projects that we are seeing, making municipalities quite at ICU, as you are putting it. What is it that the minister or the ministry or with his department is going to do to eliminate corruption, but the corruptibility of a legislated process of procurement within the MFMA Chapter 11? What is it that the minister is going to do to overhaul that system and its corruptibility and put a new system in which it's open to an open and free system without corruption? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I don't know whether you were able to capture the essence of the question, but I think it dealt basically with the skills audit, elimination of corruption, and the procurement process. Thank you. Your response.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. In responding to the question, the challenges of corruption in our country need a vigilant society. If our communities are vocal, they use the channels, writing to the MEC for COCTA, and if the MEC for COCTA does not respond, writes to minister at a national level, because the minister at a national level does not intervene without the attention being drawn, because at an immediate, it is the responsibility of MEC for COCTA. The problem of corruption is something that we must all fight together. Once our attention has been drawn to an element of corruption, we immediately, and I have written so many letters as a first step to MEC at a provincial level to investigate and give me report. And giving a particular time frame, if there is no response, it is only then that the minister intervenes. We are intervening in terms of skills audit because we have a role to play through MISA, especially the concern is when MIC money is returned to National Treasury, it is not the municipality that suffers, but it is the people on the ground who suffer if money was not spent. That is why we said as a support mechanism to municipalities that are struggling, we are doing the skills audit, not with the intention of firing people, but to know who is there, where shortages are, what supports are needed, so that once you have identified the needs, you can provide support accordingly so that the challenges which the honorable member is referring to are addressed accordingly. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And the next follow-up question is from the Honorable Brits of the DA.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Good afternoon, Minister. The annual consolidated general reports on local government audit outcomes in the 5th and 6th administrations, long before the formation of the GNU, the Auditor General made several recommendations regarding good practices in municipalities, including what should be done in the local government sphere to ensure clean government. The Auditor General emphasized ethical conduct as a start to good outcomes. If these recommendations were adhered to by previous administrations, unfinished infrastructure projects could have been minimized drastically. Honorable Minister, how and when will your department implement these recommendations of the Auditor General to ensure that infrastructure projects are finished in time and within budget?
Thank you very much, Honorable Brits. Honorable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We have had a meeting with the Auditor General to reflect on the audit outcomes of 2020-2023 financial year. We have noted the key issues raised by the Auditor General. We have had 2 meetings, the MINMEC, where we meet with the MECs from the 9 provinces, and the issue of clean audit is a standing item in all our meetings. That is why I said the focus at most is on the 35 municipalities, because what we must appreciate though, the number of municipalities that got disclaimer or adverse decreased last year. That is a good note. Because if people are making progress, we should acknowledge progress. We're going to be focusing on the remaining municipalities under a category of disclaimer, and adverse. While we give every support to municipalities that got clean audit and those who got unqualified audit, what will help our municipalities is a spirit which we find, because the turnaround plan is zooming in on issues raised by the Auditor General, so that the municipalities are encouraged that immediately when the audit outcomes come out, you must respond to issues raised by the Auditor General as early as January, not to respond only in August when you are about to submit the AFS of the foregone year. We will be monitoring this process when it comes to the outcomes of this 2023-2024 financial year, because there is nothing we can do with the 2 years you referred to, because they are already gone. But what is going to be in front of us in preparation for 2024-2025 audit outcome is to work on the audit plan from January, supporting our municipalities, especially those who are in rural areas or previously disadvantaged communities. And we will encourage our municipalities to twin up with the municipalities in their close proximity with good audit outcome, to share good practices. How do you do it to produce good audit outcome, to account well in terms of how you used money? And once the support has been given, we are hopeful. People of South Africa, they have just one good character. When given support, they perform. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The last question here is from the Honourable Farmer from the PA.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, I have a question. I had a question prepared, but then you covered me in another question, in answer to another question. So I have a new question now. And I'm pretty sure you've covered this one also. But
Honourable Farmer, we can't allow a new question as a follow-up question.
Still ask it.
No, I can't allow that.
No, Chairperson, it's not a new question. It's just
well,
another
you said
question.
it's a new question.
I'm sorry, I did say a new question, but it's not new as in of the point.
All right, I'll indulge you.
Thank you, my Deputy Chair. Mr. Minister, political interference at municipal level is in most cases the reason for unfinishing of projects. Even though it's not supposed to happen. How will the Minister intervene to root out this evil? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Farmer. As you mentioned, it wasn't a follow-up question, but a new question, and I will allow the Minister to use his discretion whether he wants to answer it or not. Honourable Minister.
Honourable Chair, I will be brief to the question in this way. It is not always the case of interference that causes projects to be unfinished. At some times, the incompetence of the administration becomes a factor, with no interference from political leaders. Because I think we should not always put the blame where it doesn't belong. If you have competent employees with interference from the political leadership, when they know their job, they champion their job and get projects finished timelessly. Now, that is why you need to attend the issue of capacity in terms of administration. And once we have checked that one, also look what role is played by the political leadership in interfering in the administration of the municipality. There is very little we can do as a ministry to the political leadership because they are deployed by their political parties, including mine, where I come from. All we will do, when we see that the major problem is political interference, we draw the attention of the relevant political party that can you please intervene here. I'm sure honorable members are aware of a municipality in Mpumalanga, which had problems and eventually is going for a rerun on the first week of December. It's a simple good action from a political party involved that you shouldn't let people stay for 5 years in a municipality that doesn't function. I am hopeful, therefore, honorable member, where challenges are being seen in terms of interference, proper actions will be taken. I'm happy when I look at the political landscape because there is a feeling that things must be done differently for the benefit of our people. And even the problem of corruption is just a matter of time to make it a matter of the past. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for that comprehensive response. We now move on to the next question, that is question 216. Minister, I see a hand. Honourable Brits.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. I rise in terms of Rule 33, which says this council must conduct its business in accordance with the Constitution and these rules of this Honourable House. May I just inquire in terms of which rule is a new follow-up question not allowable because it is not in the rules?
Honourable Brits, I think if you understand the rules clearly, it is very, very clear in terms of a follow-up question must be linked to the original question. So
in terms of which rule is that? Because I'm seeking clarity from the Honourable Chair.
The rules were read out by the chairperson at the beginning of this session, and we do that in every session, where we say that a follow-up question must arise from the original question. All right, so let us move on.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Rule 227, Chair. I've gone through the rules and I cannot find that specific rule that says you cannot introduce a new topic on a follow-up question. Could you just give us guidance by giving us the actual rules?
Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Oh, yes. Order.
Honorable Deputy Chair, I'm rising.
I see the Chief Whip has risen. Chief Whip.
I rise on a point of order in terms of Rule 50, which talks to the precedence of a presiding officer. The Deputy Chairperson has ruled on this matter. Can we proceed? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. And Honourable Badenhorst, Rule 227 has got no relevance to what you are standing on.
Rule 6913.
No,
I can write to the Rules Committee, which I shall, Chair.
You are clutching at straws here now. Let us move on, please. I've ruled on that one. The next question is Rule 216.
Some people here, Chair, they like the
Honourable
sound
Farmer,
of the...
on what rule are you standing?
Deputy Chair, may I ask for an explanation of why my question was not linked to the original question?
Sorry, on what rule are you standing? We move on to question 216 that was posed by the Honourable Breed. Minister, your response to the question, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The question was in relation to alleged unlawful appointments. The ministry has not been informed of the alleged unlawful appointments in the municipalities of Pokwane, Sianguma, and Tembelihle that have been reported to the Northern Cape member of the Executive Council or any investigations launched in consequence thereof. Section 54A, subsection 8, and 56, subsection 5 of the Municipal Systems Act, as amended, provide that if a person is appointed as a municipal manager or manager directly accountable to the municipal manager in contravention of the Systems Act, the MEC may, upon receipt of the relevant appointment report, take appropriate steps to enforce compliance by the municipal council with the Systems Act or any other legal action against the municipal council, which may include an application to court for a declaratory order on the validity of the appointment. In addition, Section 106 of the Systems Act empowers the MEC if he or she becomes aware that maladministration or any other serious malpractice occurred in the municipality within the province, that a written notice to the municipality is done requesting the municipal council or the municipal manager to provide the MEC with information required in the notice. If the MEC considers it necessary, designate a person or persons to investigate the matter. The department have been made aware of the allegations and has requested the MEC to take action and make necessary remedial actions in relation to the alleged misnomer in terms of the appointments. But I must indicate, Chair, many people have written to the ministry at a national level since we assumed office, indicating maladministration in terms of appointments. We have taken up those matters. But the first thing that we do, we request the MEC at a local level to give us report. And as I said before, if the MEC does not respond in a given period, it is only then that we can jump in to investigate the alleged corruption. And if we discover that indeed a person was employed through irregular process, we will request the correction to be done. And if there is no response, then you follow the law process in order to declare the appointment invalid. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now move on to a follow-up question that will be asked by the Honorable Breed.
Thank you, Deputy House Chairperson. Honourable Minister, thank you for that answer. It is to a large extent a textbook answer, and I think you will agree, as we will be hearing from the Minister of Public Service and Administration later, it is prudent that we professionalize our public service and that we have correct people in positions. As my initial question states, the MEC does not want to take steps against these municipalities, and in discussions with specifically the mayor and speaker of Bokwane, who appointed an acting director that has whose highest qualification is only matric and has no further qualifications in that field of reference, and it is a problem and they do not see it. They've even been informed that the Systems Act speaks of acting positions and they do not agree with that. Can I get your input, and can I please get your onderneming, sorry for that Afrikaans, my English is finished, to investigate this, as this has been brought to a higher level. This is on your table, this is irregular, and the MEC is not answering. I would really appreciate that. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Breed. Honorable Minister, your response.
Indeed, Honorable Breed, the first thing that we must do is to do the right thing, to write to the MEC, which we have done, that can you give us information in relation to this complaint? And we put the time frame. And if the MEC does not respond, it is only then that we can intervene. I want to assure all honorable members that for the benefit of our people, going forward after 30 years in a democratic dispensation, we need to do right things. The message we communicated to MECs that, look, put politics aside. Let us just do what is right. When there is a genuine complaint, just address the complaint, irrespective where it comes from. If a person was employed against the requirements, rectify that mistake. And good enough, most of them are new MECs. They should not fear anything because they did not condone the wrongness that was done prior. And I am confident, Honorable Breed, that the matter you are raising, the MEC is going to respond accordingly and fix it in the interest of good performance. Because if you employ a person with a matric, I'm not looking down upon matric because I do have matric, but matric alone is not sufficient for certain positions. If you want performance, any MEC and any premier in a province, if he or she wants performance, if you employ people who are underqualified, you will get underperformance. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'd just like to remind members of Rule 46 with regard to passing in between a speaker on the podium and a member on the floor. So colleagues, honorable members, please keep that in mind when you move around the chamber. Rule 46 is quite clear on that. We'll move on to the next follow-up question, and that's from the Honorable Dr. Sri Hokel from the DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, yet in another resounding endorsement of the DA's record of service delivery, excellent. The Auditor General in a 2022-2023 report confirmed once again that DA-run municipalities are the best governed in the country. Ethical governance and merit-based appointments of municipal staff is key to the DA's ability to achieve clean audits, even in challenging environments. By rejecting corruption and cadre deployment policies, it is possible to deliver results that's positively impacted people's lives. Does the plan that the minister outlines to address allegedly unlawful appointments take cognizance of these principles of good governance in order to maximize the benefits of the government of national unity for all South Africans?
Thank you very much for the
Point of
follow-up
order,
question.
Chair.
Honorable Bardenos.
Chair, Rule 68 specifically states that a delegate has the right to speak in the House, and I think it's untoward for members of this House to drown out a speaker when they don't like the question he's asking. Would you please rule on that, Chair?
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I do want to start from this background. It is not only the municipalities run by one political party that got clean audit in the previous audit outcomes. That is number one. Number two, we must appreciate the fact that we come from a history which will take some considerable time to overcome. Even the dispensation of our municipalities, some municipalities move from a background of being previously advantaged. Some moved almost from zero. That does not condone in any way poor performance, but it is a fact. The ministry is committed. That is why the municipalities that got clean audit, we congratulated them. We said, well done, keep it up. We are focusing on the municipalities that did not do well. One, to understand their challenges. Secondly, to give support. But thirdly, consequence management. We will ensure that where people were deployed as cadres, a correction is done. Good enough. The government of national unity is committed in professionalizing the civil servants. I'm quoting the minister is going to be in this podium after me. And this is what we need to drive throughout all spheres of government. While we congratulate municipalities that did well, I think collectively, we need to share expertise with those municipalities that are struggling, because it's millions of people who suffer if municipalities are not performing very well. So now accountability, consequence management, deploying people in terms of their competencies is going to be the order of the day. And I am confident that come the next 10, after 2026 local government elections, we will be having a different kind of the local government in South Africa, because all political parties realize if you don't deploy competent people at a local government level, as mayors, as speakers, the key people in giving a direction to a municipality, you won't get it right. I'm sure we have all realized this one, and is a thing at a political space which we will address for the best interest of our people. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable Makasini, the EFF.
No, thanks, Chairperson. I'll wait for the response of the MEC. I hope that the minister will submit a written report to the House, because I'm interested to the response of the MEC. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go on to the follow-up question from the Honorable Molokome.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister will agree that some of the small rural municipalities are faced with challenges to attract appropriately qualified and experienced personnel due to, amongst others, low level of salaries and lack of basic social amenities. Minister, in this regard, was the concurrent of the MEC responsible for local government required in this alleged illegal appointment as prescribed by relevant legislation? Can the Honorable Minister take this House into confidence about the circumstances around this alleged appointment? And what is the policy position where local government advertises positions and is not able to attract suitably qualified persons? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Molokome. Honorable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The first part of the question on the circumstances around the appointment, we are still waiting for a response on that answer. It is true, municipalities in deep rural areas or previously disadvantaged communities somehow struggle to attract certain skills, CFOs, technical directors, at most. Those are the two areas. Then what does a municipality do if they fail to attract a person to meet the required skills? There is a procedure municipalities must follow. Like, for instance, I was a mayor in a municipality where we could not be able to employ a suitably qualified CFO because it required a degree. But if you go down through the regulations, there is a portion which says, if you have tried to attract and you couldn't, you go down to a level of a person with a diploma, as long as he or she demonstrate competence. Because yes, a degree is good. Sometimes a person with a diploma performs better than a person with a degree. I'm not underplaying a degree because I do have it. I can't underplay it. I'm stating the fact. Then we employed a person with a diploma, and he is still doing well in that municipality, up to date. All the municipalities have to do, if they have a challenge, they should escalate their issue to MECs, to National Treasury. We have a lot of people through MISA who can give support on technical aspect as well as financial aspect. The National Treasury has a number of interns with degrees who are willing to go to even rural areas, but they sometimes don't see the adverts. Sometimes they fear that the post has been already designated for a particular person. If a municipality escalates its challenge, we are there as a ministry and treasury to give support in terms of deploying necessary skilled personnel. I'm sure I answered all sections of the question. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. We'll now move on to the next question, and that is question 196, as posed by the Honourable Makasini. Honourable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. The question is about the financial mismanagement. That what interventions has been done by the ministry to prevent the financial mismanagement as witnessed in Kentowana local municipality. The response is as follows. To prevent the financial mismanagement, municipalities are being assessed by DCOC and supported on key pillars which cover areas flagged by the Auditor General of South Africa. The key pillars are governance, financial health, institutional matters, and service delivery. The audit action plans in selected municipalities are being assessed for adequacy and evaluated to the extent that proposed actions will address the root causes of issues raised by the Auditor General. Further, to address the shortcomings, as mentioned earlier, and poor municipal performance, the department is developing a municipal turnaround, has developed a municipal performance turnaround plan, which was adopted by Cabinet a month ago. This turnaround plan, as I indicated, is a result of the interministerial committee, which was established to oversee various activities related to implementing a change in our municipalities. With regard to a specific municipality that has been indicated, Kentowana municipality, Once we receive the information, the first thing that we do, we communicate with the municipality that can we be given a response on this allegation. On the basis of that report, we will be able to make a follow-up if we are satisfied, because not every complaint is true. Yes, it is true, many of the complaints, when you follow them, you find that they are truthful. That is why we do not simply jump in, but firstly get the information. If we are satisfied, we will respond that we are satisfied. If we are not satisfied, we indicate that can we elevate the matter because the information given is not sufficient. It is a call that we have made to all municipalities that the financial management is key. There shall be no clean audit outcome if the municipal funds are not managed accordingly and used for unintended purposes. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now we go on to a follow-up question from the Honorable Makasini.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I'll wait again for your written report because whatever that you are reporting is a true reflection of what is happening in Kedwana, in Thabo Mofokeng, in Free State. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makasini. We'll go on to the next follow-up question from the Honorable Finis of the ANC. Honorable Finis.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. I was also covered with my question. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Finis. We then move on to the next follow-up question from the Honorable Mokoena of the MMPK.
Thank you again, Minister. We recognize the efforts to improve financial governance in local governance, but again, implementation varies widely across municipalities. The district development model aims to enhance coordination and planning, budgeting and service delivery, but has had very limited success. What stronger enforcement mechanism does your department plan to implement to ensure that DDM effectively addresses the governance issues contributing to financial management or mismanagement in local government? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, your response.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The turnaround plan is detailed in ensuring how do we make our municipalities functional. The DDM model is a way to go because all resources are put together into one plan. There is no development that does not occur at a municipal space. Whether the projects come from a national department, it happens at a local government space. Whether it is initiated by the province, it happens at a local government space. That is why, therefore, the concept of one plan is the way to go, because all resources are pulled together and shape a local space together to take it forward. The turnaround plan is for all 257 municipalities. The municipalities that are doing well, receiving good audit outcome, we will focus in them in ensuring that they do not regress in their performance. And also twin those municipalities with municipalities that are not doing well, especially when they are neighbors, so that the benefit of a municipality that is doing well is extended to the neighbor that is not doing well. And this is what we are sharing with our mayors, that it is not good all the time you are on bad books when your neighbor is on good books. A wise person will learn from the best. So now the DDM model, the DDM is a tool that we are supporting through the turnaround plan in order to effect good performance in our municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. The last follow-up question on this particular item is from the Honourable Swart of the DA. Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair and Honourable Minister. I'm glad to hear, Minister, all the efforts you've been doing and the list of the 10 dysfunctional municipalities that you already have. But this thing is coming on for so long, as a mayor, also myself. The question to you, Honourable Minister, what specific steps will you as Minister take to ensure that the funds lost due to unauthorized allowances in municipalities like Ketuana are recovered? And can the Minister provide a timeline on when and how will accountability at local government level be ensured? I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Swart. Honourable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I noted that the issue of Free State municipalities is a matter of concern. And this House will know when we appeared before this House, we indicated that we have identified areas of challenge. So now, in relation to the direct answer, in the month of February, because we are taking into account it's only 1 month to go before the festive season. In the month of February, we will give a comprehensive response in these municipalities that were identified with maladministration clearly spelled out. And we will indicate the response we got from the MECs, whether those responses were satisfactory, if not satisfactory, how we escalated the matter. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We now move on to the last question to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and that was question 224 from the Honourable Molokome. Minister, your response.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. The question is around the appointment of consultants in our municipalities. And the reference was made to Mogalakwena local municipality in Limpopo, where consultants are used but with no significant improvement. The answer is as follows. The matter around the appointment of consultants is being dealt with by the National Treasury through the Municipal Cost Containment Regulations of 2019. The regulations clearly state that a municipality or a municipal entity may only appoint consultants if an assessment of the needs and requirements confirms that the affected municipality or municipal entity does not have skills or resources in its full-time employ to perform the function. Further, the regulation states that an accounting officer must adopt a fair and reasonable remuneration framework for consultants, taking into account the rates as determined in the guideline on fees for audits undertaken on behalf of the Auditor General of South Africa, issued by the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants, or as set out in the guide on hourly fee rates for consultant issued by the Department of Public Service and Administration, or as prescribed by the body regulating the profession of the consultant. The regulations further state that when consultants are appointed, the accounting officer must develop consultancy reduction plans to reduce the reliance on consultants. In these regards, officials from the department will engage the Maholokwane local municipality with the view to 1, review the audit action plan, including the review of the reasonableness of the consultants reduction plan developed by the municipality. 2, advise the municipality to fill the critical vacant post, which includes prioritizing senior management posts, especially in the field of finance. Thirdly, monitor the implementation of the municipal staff regulation, which seeks to assist in the appointment of municipal officials at recommended levels with officials who meet the required minimum competency levels. The Mahalokwana municipality has recently been assisted with the data management project, which amongst others covered the training of municipal officials in finance on the revenue management processes and related areas in order to reduce the cost incurred on the work done by consultants. I must add, Honorable Chair, it is not only this municipality which uses consultants. If you read the consolidated audit outcome, it is billions of rands where municipalities are using consultants, and unfortunately, some of those municipalities got a disclaimer. Now, there's one condition we're gonna put, and we want it to be in black and white in our municipalities. If you enter into an agreement with a consultant to do for you your books, the product must be clearly spelled out with a clause that if you don't produce this, we don't pay you. Because why do you pay for a consultant that gives you a disclaimer? What are you paying for? Now, we know other municipalities don't do their job timelessly on a last minute, hire a consultant. A consultant must not agree if there is a clause which says if you don't deliver the good audit outcome, we're not going to pay you. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We'll go on to the follow-up question. Honorable Molokwame.
Thanks, Deputy Chair and Honorable Minister. The Minister has responded on the questions that I have asked, but Chair, more often municipalities always argue about the high vacancies rates in the financial management division to justify the appointment of consultants. Minister, is there any standard guidelines that regulates the appointment of consultants? And the specific case, in this specific case of Mahalakwena, you have already alluded to that, and to say it's not only Mahalakwena municipality, but also other municipalities that's the same. Has any of this regulation or norms been breached in the appointment of consultants, Minister? And what is the policy positions which respect of transfer of skills by consultations firm to municipality where they are doing the job? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, your response.
It's gonna be, thank you again, Honorable Chair. It's gonna be re-emphasizing what I have said. Working together with the National Treasury, there should be a specific clause, because what exists now is a need for skills transfer, because consultants will not have an interest of transferring skills, because that will mean they will be replaced soon. So they will want to continue without transferring skills because it assures them of an availability to service the municipalities for many years to come. The Treasury is covering that aspect. But over and above, we will need now to move a step further to introduce a clause, which I have said before, that payment must be on the basis of good product on the table. That is how we can make consultants be effectively used. But I must share, Honorable Chair, the municipalities in terms of a report, I will be afraid to say a figure because I did not verify it, but the information that was shared by National Treasury, the municipalities are the sphere of government with the highest qualified CFOs in South Africa. But it is not enough to employ the CFO. Supply chain, not qualified, and all other support structures within the finance department to say, I have a highly qualified CFO, if she is alone or he is alone, he is as good as not there. The focus in order to deal with the issue of consultants, what we are sharing with our municipalities is that do not concentrate on the senior positions. Yes, they should be your beginning, but ensure that the people below who are staff members must be suitably qualified people. The good thing in South Africa, we have many graduates who are sitting at home with good qualification in every aspect, finance, technical, in every aspect. The level which we need to encourage everybody at a municipal level is that stop creating job opportunities for your friends and family members while qualified people are sitting at home unemployed. Because you will employ your friends, your family members, everybody has a pain of sitting at home with an unemployed child. But to put an unemployed child in a position where he or she is not competent, you are not assisting the government. That is where we need to concentrate now, deploy people accordingly so that we phase out the consultants. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable Peter.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Good evening, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, in light of the fact that 257 municipalities in South Africa collectively spend 1.35 billion on exorbitant fees for consultants to prepare for their financial statement in the 2022-2023 financial year. Meanwhile, there are employed staff members in finance division who are paid to execute financial related duties. So, sifuna uqonda, ministers, aba bantu basebenza kwezi department besebenza finance, yintoni indima yabo xa bengenawukwenza le nto yenziwa zezi consultants? Because imali kamasipala, taxpayers' money, is moving every day, every hour for abanye abantu, kukho abantu abakwaziyo ukwenza lo msebenzi. Siyijonga njani loo nto? Enkosi, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peter. Honorable Minister, your response, please.
Honorable Chair, in a way, I had responded to the question, but the first thing that is a problem, when people get employed, they need to be capacitated. You can fill all positions in the finance department, but if you do not capacitate them, you will need the consultants in order to compile the financial statements. This is a clarion call that we are making to all our municipalities, that firstly, go for suitably qualified people. Where you need support, National Treasury provide capacity building. COGTA provide support through MISA. We have experienced CFOs who know how to assist in the guidance of producing the financial statements. Once we have provided capacity to our municipalities, if the MM is not suitably qualified, because MM has a supervisory role over CFO, when the year begins in January, the first person who must jump is the MM in terms of attending the audit action plan, responding to issues raised by the Auditor General. When the MM jumps, the CFO will jump. The CFO will cause all people under his or her administration to respond. In most cases, not in all cases, in most cases, municipalities happen to run to consultants as a last fixing measure because audit AFS must be done. Things were not done on time. And as a last resort, get someone who can fix things for you, who knows exactly what needs to be done. But if this was done timeously, and where you need support, you indicate the need of the billions that are spent can be cut down. What we will do as the 7th administration, because we've seen all municipalities who are using consultants, we'll want to see a plan immediately after the outcomes of the audit for 2023-24, that how are you responding to the audit action plan from January? How are you ensuring that whoever that is a consultant is transferring skills? What is a written agreement between the consultants and the municipality in ensuring that skills are transferred? Why do you go to the consultant if National Treasury can help in transferring skill? We will be giving a close attention on these matters, and I am hopeful in few years, 2 years going down the line, this amount of money will have been saved from being used with consultants. Rather, employ people who will be an investment in a municipality. Because if you have many vacancies, you don't employ people, you spend money on consultant, you are not helping the institution. Rather, employ more, capacitate them. Where you need support, National Treasury, COGTA is there. And as we go forward, we need to eliminate the over-reliance and eventually the use of consultants.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. We now move on to the next follow-up question, and that's from the Honourable PJ Swart.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and Minister. You've answered my question also around about 40 or 50%. But what I'm missing, Minister, we are in the 7th administration, and as you rightfully said, we need to have something we need to have a plan. We need to become proactive because there's billions of rands running down the drain on municipalities using consultants. But my question now, and that is what I want to hear from you as a national minister. Is there a national criteria that you as national minister will use to evaluate when consultants are truly necessary proactiveness in a municipality? And what consequence management measures are in place or will be put in place for CFOs and municipal managers who outsource basic financial functions that fall under their responsibility? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, your response.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As I said in the beginning, that the appointment of consultants are being regulated by the National Treasury through the Municipal Cost Containment Regulations of 2019. Now, we need to avoid the duplication because departments form one government. But where I want to come clear on the question is, now there is nothing you can say about the consultants because it is the process of finalizing the audits for 2023, 2024. But come January next year, if need be, Honorable Chair, we can appear before the House again. One, to account how many municipalities that still want to continue using consultant and what are the reasons for that? And two, what support we are directly giving to specific municipalities who were using consultants in 2023, 2024 audit, which now will get a direct support from Treasury and COGTA without relying on consultants. And where there is an acute problem, what is the plan to transfer skills between the consultants and the municipalities concerned? And lastly, were we successful to insert a clause which says the municipality will only pay on the basis of good audit outcome? I think that is the only commitment I can make, Honorable Chair, and the House in relation to tangible things. Because there are things you can't do now because it's audit period already. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And the last follow-up question is from the Honorable Kennedy.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, CFO usually leads your financial team and helps solve their challenges with expertise and know your business department very well. Whilst on the other side, the consultant usually come from the outside and do not know your department well, and they are more expensive. And in between, there's a clear recognition of redundancy in their duties. So in employing the two of them doing the same job in a municipality will lead to wasteful expenditure. The question is, what measures are there to prevent this wasteful expenditure from happening in municipality? Is there any control of the amount the consultant demands? Or you just take what they put on the table? How are the payments measured? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kennedy. Honorable Minister, your response.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Kennedy will agree that I had already answered the question. But I can reiterate what I said. Let me start with, in terms of regulating the rates. I said there is one, there are guidelines on fees for audits undertaken on behalf of Auditor General. You can use that guide, or you use the guide on hourly rates for consultants, or you use the prescribed regulation for the professional consultants. Then I'm saying I have answered the question in this sense, Honorable Kennedy. We must accept the fact that the consultants we are talking about, there could have been very little that we could done in the 7th administration. But the commitment is, come January, this House, through Chair, can give us a reasonable time to invite us to come back on this matter, including the matters relating to Free State municipalities, to give feedback. One, we want to engage municipalities that are using consultants to give us reasons. Why do you want to continue with consultants from January going forward? Give us reasons. Why can you not be satisfied with the support from National Treasury or from COCTA? And if the support is limited, yes, you get into an agreement with the consultant. What is the plan for skills transfer? It must be in black and white, and the time frame. And secondly, the rates. Are they using the regulated rates in terms of what they charge? And thirdly, is there a clause which says, if you don't deliver the good audit outcome, we don't pay you? Because it's a waste of money if you pay and you get a disclaimer because you did not get what you wanted. Now, if there is no such a clause, that is what we will have to champion, following all proper channels in government to enforce that clause, so that the cry of the duplication and waste, because it's a wasteful expenditure, because you are paying for what you are not getting any benefit. That is all what we can do and commit going forward. Honorable Chair, as a former mayor, I know the story of the consultants very well. And I know sometimes when do you run to consultants if you feel I am stuck with the stuff they can't produce. And the deadline is coming, 31 August. I must submit. And the last resort, you run to the consultant that please bail me out because I want to submit. Sometimes you come up with a disclaimer. But if there is a clause that a disclaimer will not be paid for, a consultant will refuse, and every mayor will jump on time for the MM and all other responsible people to do their work on time. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And I want to thank you and your officials who are here for gracing us with your presence and for your comprehensive responses to the questions that were put to you. Once again, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You may remain with us if you want to, or you may take your leave. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and the House.
Before we move on to the next set of questions, honorable members, I'd just like to bring to the attention of the House with regard to follow-up questions. Now, at the beginning of each question session, presiding officers, we read out certain rules. Now, you will find that in our documents that are sent to us with regard to each question that was put by a member, there is an heading. For example, the question that was put by Honorable Makasini, the heading for that is financial mismanagement. The question that was put by the Honorable Molokome is appointment of consultants. Now, the convention is that the follow-up questions must conform to the question that was asked, the original question. It is not in the rule book, but it is a convention that we follow. Now, if honorable members feel that we need to include every little detail in the rule book, this rule book is going to become a massive document that even you wouldn't want to read. So let us follow the convention that the follow-up question must be linked to the original question.
Honorable Chair, point of clarity.
Yes, go ahead, Honorable
Honorable Chair, when is convention then stop? So we can make anything convention now, from now on, and it'll become a rule. Surely, if something is done in a rule book, it's done in a rule book. Convention is very dangerous because it can become anybody's habit in this house to do something, then it becomes a convention.
Honorable Badnos, I'm surprised that that is coming from you. You've been a member of this house for a while. And you should have asked those questions a long time ago. And even at the beginning of each of our sessions, when we read those so-called rules, you must question it. And if you feel now that there is a need for us to include all of this in the rules, you are welcome to write to the Rules Committee, and that will be considered. There is a Rules Committee in this house. So make your submission there.
Thank you. It's already been done.
Thank you very much. And why are you raising it here and wasting our time? It has been done. Okay, shall we move on? Honorable Farmer?
Thank you, Chairperson. You've made a ruling that my question is not linked to the original question, which was wrong. My question was linked. I just wanted to know a reason why you made that ruling.
No. You please take a seat, because you yourself said that your question was not linked to the original question.
I didn't say that.
Let's not waste our time,
Don't say
please.
that.
We'll now move on to the next set of questions. And that is, we will invite the Honorable Minister for Public Service and Administration to take the podium and answer questions.
Thank you.
Welcome, Honorable Minister, and officials from your department who are here. Honorable Minister, we welcome you to the NCOP, and I know this is not your first visit to this house. And we also welcome the deputy ministers who are here and thank them for their presence. I know they've been very patient and listening attentively. And we always welcome ministers as well as the deputy ministers and officials. Thank you for your presence. Honorable Minister, your first question was from the Honorable Finis from the ANC. Could we have your response to question 220?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. And thanks for the opportunity to appear before the NCOP. It's my first time to stand in this room. The question that was asked to the department, before I come to the detail of it, I do wish to invite members of the NCOP at some point that we try to look as to what is the mischief that we're trying to address, so that all our endeavors speak to that, because most of the time as government, we come up with so many pieces of legislation trying to solve a problem, and all that amount to nothing because we seem not to be addressing the actual problem that is confronting us. The national framework towards professionalization of public sector is implemented through 5 core pillars aimed at creating a skilled, committed, and technical public service. The major progress is recorded so far as follows, Honorable Chair. Pillar 1, standards and norms for skilled and ethical staffing. The issuing of directive on human resource management and development for public service professionalization, Volume 1, implemented in April 2024, is alone a key achievement as it strengthened the professionalization of public service by setting clear standards for ethical integrity and qualification. It also ensures merit-based hiring, particularly for senior management roles, and has initiated a graduate recruitment program for entry-level positions to integrate talented youth into the public service. Additionally, Chair, public service amendment to the Act currently before the NCOP aims to strengthen administrative powers and establish a head of public service, advancing a cohesive public administration. The Department of Public Service and Administration is also enhancing transparency, accountability by partnering with the Auditor General of South Africa to ensure compliance with Directive Volume 1 across departments. Pillar 2 deals with induction and onboarding. The National School of Government has expanded the induction program to include public servants and board of state-owned entities, ensuring all new and existing employees understand public service values, ethical standards, and government structures. This program reconditions public servants, Chair, and provides them with a foundation for an ethical and value-driven public service. Pillar 3 deals with planning and performance management. Through this directive, performance management has been refined to align employee outcome with the departmental goals, fostering result-oriented culture. This strategic link between individual performance and public service goals is essential in building workforce that is committed, ethical, and capable. Pillar 4 deals with continued learning and professional development, which has significant strides in this regard. And also the NSG, which is National School of Government, in partnership with the department, has rolled out mandatory training in ethics, supply chain management, and project management, among others. In the year 2023-24 financial year alone, over 14,000 learners enrolled in the ethics course, with more than 8,000 completing them. Directive Volume 1 further strengthened capacity development, introducing assessment tied to personal development plans to promote a culture of long learning and growth among public servants. And the last pillar, which is career progression and succession plan. The establishment of recognition of prior learning steering committee marks a significant step in recognizing and leveraging existing skills within the public service workforce. Additionally, Chair, advocacy sessions are being conducted across all government spheres, ensuring understanding and support for the framework's goal. The department and the National School of Government and the Public Service Commission are collaborating through memorandum of understanding with professional bodies, universities, and Auditor General to strengthen skills and ethical values. Also, Chair, of importance is the involvement of local government through partnership with SALCA, COCTA, and offices of premiers is strictly ensuring that professionalization framework impacts every layer of the public sector, signaling a clear and progressive path towards public service workforce that exemplifies skills, dedication, and ethical commitment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Shenke. The first follow-up question is coming from Honorable Finis, who's on the platform, on the visual platform. Honorable Finis. All right, let's pass in the meantime. Let's take Honorable Badenhorst to make a follow-up question.
Good day, Minister. Honorable Minister, considering that lifestyle audits are a very important management tool to prevent and detect fraud and corruption, and considering that, Minister, in September 2023, President Cyril Ramaphosa shared with the National Assembly that over 11,000 public servants in national government have undergone lifestyle audits as at March 2023 that year, at a substantial cost, obviously, to the taxpayer. Minister, how many public servants have been fired as a result of these audits? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. In relation to the exact number of public servants who have been fired because they failed to comply, I don't have the relevant detail now, but I can write back to the member and give the exact number of them. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Shenge. The next follow-up question will come from Honorable Suwisa.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, your department has alluded to establishing an examination system, taking into consideration the evolving technology and the continuous changes internationally. Requirements for more knowledge is needed and employees need to upgrade their education. How far is the process of establishing the examination system? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As a department, there are a number of initiatives that we are trying to put in place because you will all understand that at the hour where we are, we cannot develop and achieve our goals as department because the main function of this department is to develop ethical and the main function of this department is to build a state capacity and make sure that our state is developmental in nature. So in order for us to achieve those goals, we need to make sure that technology is part of our integrated approach. As a department, we've realized that there are a number of issues which are challenged in nature because departments are working in silos. And we have an appointment with the Minister of Communication to try and see if we can consolidate all the technical aspect of technology, meaning we bring back, what do we call this? We bring back SETA back to the department and make sure that we work very close with the Department of Science and Technology to harness technology because going forward, we'll actually need technology to achieve our objective. And also in terms of our service delivery as government, we will only achieve what we want to achieve if technology is part and parcel of our endeavor. So the department is working hard on that one. And also there are different stakeholders involved, including private sector, to make sure that we harness our efforts together to achieve our objectives. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, the next follow-up question will come from Honorable Brett.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable Minister, President Ramaphosa recently announced that Phase 1 of the National School of Government's skills audit into infrastructure and frontline service departments has been completed. How will the findings from this audit contribute to enhancing the administration and quality of public services? And what are the findings of these skills audit? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The NSG's role is very critical in achieving our objectives because we'll understand that most of public servants are not lacking in terms of qualifications and expertise, but we find that most of them do not have the necessary ethics, which therefore makes them this kind of public service that has a keen interest in service delivery. So the NSG therefore has a number of causes which seeks to reintroduce government officials back into the sense of duty and making sure that all that they do is relevant, because you will find that, as the Minister of COGTA has mentioned here, that we've got a number of experienced public servants, but the output does not speak to that, because people will have degrees, will have diplomas and all that, but practically speaking, they can't apply that. That's where the NSG comes in to bring about that practical experience, making sure that even when they develop state workers, they are aligned with the needs of that particular department. Because also you will realize, Chairperson, that government is paying so much money in developing employees, but we find that they do not study the skills and expertise that are needed by that particular department, which therefore create a problem while so much money is being put into place trying to close the gaps. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'm just going to give Honorable Fanis the last chance. Are you on the platform, Honorable Finis, before we pass to the other question?
Yes, I am, Honorable Chairperson.
Right. The slot is yours.
Honorable Minister will agree that there is history behind poor professional, capable and ethical standards in the public service, which ranges from nepotism, corruption, and breach of relevant public service and administration norms and standards. In this regard, what mandatory policy interventions are there to reskill, upskill, and ensure ethical ethos across the public service, especially to align the local government professional and ethical standards with the national standards? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate the question from the member. While isolated incidents of poor professional practices may occur in the public service, but I do want to say that it will be inaccurate to characterize the issue as a widespread across the department. Many areas within the public service actively uphold high standards of professionalism, capabilities, and ethical conduct, reflecting a commitment to transparency, accountability, and compliance with the Public Service Act and relevant legislation, Chairperson. The isolated pockets, of course, of misconduct do not define the entire public service framework, which comprises dedicated professionals, and demonstrating integrity, ethics, accountability, and respect of the established norms and standards. As the ministry, therefore, and relevant, the Minister of Public Service and Administration and relevant oversight bodies have established mechanisms to prevent, investigate, and address such misconduct, reinforcing the ethical standard across all departments. Also, we must also remember that the ministry does not have the jurisdiction over local government, as employees in this sector fall outside the ambit of the department. Nonetheless, Chair, the Department of Public Service and Administration work closely with the Department of Corporate Government. The Minister is here to align professional and ethical standards between these two spheres to make sure that there is compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We are going now to question 205, asked by Honorable Badenhorst, Western Cape. You can fire on, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. Precautionary suspensions within the public service continues to be an area of serious concern, both in terms of cost and operational impact. As of the latest data reported by the Public Administration Ethics, Integrity and Disciplinary Technical Assistant Team, which is PAETI, there are currently 288 active suspension cases within the National Department and 183 in provincial departments. These suspensions carry a significant financial burden, not only on department's budget, but also on the public funds that could be allocated for other essential services. For the second quarter, Honorable Chair, of this financial year alone, the total cost of precautionary suspension amounted to approximately 49,381,261 rands for national departments, yes, and 93,363 for provincial government. They will note, members, that this does not include the local sphere of government because at the moment we are not covering that. This then brings the accumulative cost of suspension to date for the current financial year to these respective amounts. In the previous financial years, by the end of the fourth quarter, the total suspension cost stood at 50 million for national departments and 107 for provincial departments. The cumulative expenses associated with the prolonged suspension highlight the need of disciplined and efficient resolution process. The Department of Public Service, therefore, does not engage or incur costs for external service providers to handle overdue suspension cases. However, individual departments may acquire specialized services through their own supply chain management to address that. Each precautionary suspension carries a cost that not only impact on the immediate department, but also detract from the resources better used for serving the public. The department also remains resolute, Chair, in its commitment to enforce accountability while also streamlining disciplinary processes and safeguarding public resources from unnecessary expenditure due to such prolonged suspension. I thank you.
Honorable Minister, the first follow-up question will come from Honorable Badenhorst, Western Cape.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much. The sad reality is there's about 400 suspended officials sitting at home earning fat salaries doing nothing. Would you not agree that the money wasted on public servants to sit at home year after year and do nothing and get paid for it could have been better used by your counterparts in, for example, basic education, social services, or maybe public safety? Thanks, Minister.
Over to you.
I think that's a statement that the member is saying, which we appreciate. Hence, all our endeavors as department to try and fast track the process of disciplinary. And I will allude to this in the further questions as to what are we doing as the department to try, because there's a number of reasons as to why there is this prolonged suspension and why we have opted to come up with such interventions to make sure that this does not happen. The feeling is equal that we cannot have people, because this also speaks to the morale of those that are at work, because a staff member cannot wake up, pay a taxi fare, prepare a lunchbox, going to work, only to be paid, and then somebody sitting at home doing nothing and enjoy the same benefits. It can't be allowed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is coming from Honorable Farmer, Western Cape.
Thank you, Chairperson. For the record, the question I'm about to ask is perfectly linked to the original question.
Are you changing the convention?
What is the minister's view on the non-compliance with the prescribed 60 days for the conclusion of cases? Thank you.
Over to you, Mangoshe.
My view in that is that that is not acceptable. And it speaks to a number of reasons because it's important that we unpack that. First and foremost, you find that there is no capacity within departments to deal with issues of discipline. Second, we find that those who are charged themselves have all sorts of crooks to make sure that these suspensions do not come to their logical conclusion. For example, they will do this that you call forum shopping, where you are being charged at work, then will go to labor, then will go to CCMA and all these forums. Because once a person has done that, that means therefore internally you cannot conclude that transaction without waiting for the outcome of the other. So it's a number of things that we are trying to get into as the department to make sure that compliance is done when people are charged. They are actually finalized within the stipulated time. And sometimes we find that there isn't a case because we must also admit that some of these people that are sitting at home have not committed any offense per se, but management use this as a tool to muzzle officials and employees who seem to be asking them difficult questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next question is coming from Honorable Mabebo, Northwest.
Thank you, House Chairperson, and greeting to the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, one, have any acceptable reason being provided by the relevant department on why cases of misconduct have taken so long to be resolved? Two, is there a plan of quarterly reporting on the completion of the outstanding cases by the department? And lastly, what other extraordinary support is the Department of Public Service and Administration providing to sector departments to finalize the outstanding cases? Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Mabebo. But as we know that the supplementary question should be one, but the Minister is at liberty to expatiate on the policies of his department, can answer all of them.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, I would have rephrased the question differently. While I understand the honourable member to say, are there any acceptable reasons? Ordinarily, there shouldn't be acceptable reasons that cases should be prolonged this far. To an extent that some people sit home for over 1,000 days, that can't be acceptable. But as a department, we have reasons that I can call are reasonable for us to consider that, okay, in this case, there has been an issue. For example, the lack of experience, as I mentioned, to manage corruption cases. Because corruption cases are very detailed, they are very broad. The department lacks the expertise, which has to do with financial issues, because you will understand that some of these cases will be identified and reported. And you find that departments themselves can't deal with them. They must be referred to other to other law enforcement agencies, which therefore on its own takes so much time. Some you need to get access to some information that you must apply for to get permission to go to people's bank account and all that. Some are referred for forensic, and which takes long, as we know. And also there is this issue of saying those cases that have been referred to law enforcement agencies, you can't therefore decide on them as a department, because we've got a law in this country that says a person is innocent until proven guilty. So also the lack of willingness from those that are alleged to have committed those wrongdoing, which speaks to what I just said here, the forum shopping issue and all that. But the department requires that from time to time we get quarterly reports. as to how many cases are outstanding, and then we assist the department to help those departments. If it means that we can lend them the capacity to finalize them, that is what we do. And also we have adopted a case backlog program in April, where departments with long overdue cases are identified and they are supported on a monthly basis to assess the challenges and also come up with solutions on those cases. That's what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And I'd also like to thank Honorable Kossel for observing the rules of the House. He didn't get in between the speaker on the floor and the minister. So our training was not in vain. It was not a wasteful expenditure.
Part of the convention.
All right, the next question is coming from the side of Honorable Suisa. She's taking it on behalf of Honorable Harik because he's not well. Over to you, Honorable Suisa.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you know that the issue of cases that are not being finished and people are going on suspension and then their cases are not going forward to such an extent that there's financial implication does not only end there, but it also means that there's going to be lack of service delivery. It means that the department is not going to perform. So how are you going to ensure that your department is going to perform to its utmost ability while at this moment you are being faced with several members or several officials that are being suspended and they are still waiting to come and be held accountable for? And it can't be acceptable, Minister, for you to say that some of these officials were suspended for no reason. Some of them, there is no ways of misconduct, and then other people need to be blamed. But my first and foremost issue is, how are you going to ensure that your department actually functions when it's a clear indication that there is a short staff and there is no indication that the suspensions are going to be addressed anytime in the future? Thank you.
Over to you, Shenge.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will reiterate what I said, that some of the staff members are put on suspension for wrong reason. I'm saying that with authority. Hence, from the day that the department have issued specific directives and we have intervened, because when the department fails to finalize the case within 60 days, there can't be any extension of that unless by the chairperson. From our intervention across departments, you have found that the cases reported have dropped significantly because we are able to follow through to say if a person has been suspended, because you can't suspend a person today and fail to prove that there is prima facie evidence for 3 months. You can't. So instead of proving that, they will opt to withdraw the case and allow those people back. That's evidence that is there. So I agree with the member very much well that this does not necessarily have the challenge in the performance of departments, but also it impacts service delivery in many ways. I have also mentioned here that it also speaks to the staff morale because you've got people there who are willing to work, who are actually waking up every day, put their best only to be compensated so much, and the same colleague of hers or him is sitting at home doing nothing. So that affects even the staff morale. Hence, so much intervention as the department to make sure that this is addressed once and for all. And cases that I've reported here are not cases in the Department of Public Service. It's across board. And we're also working hand in glove with executive authorities from those departments where there is no compliance. There are close working relationship between the DGs of department, and also if matters are not addressed there, we escalate to ministers. So there are interventions that are in place because all of us collectively appreciate that this is a problem that needs to be actually addressed. It speaks to the heart of professionalization. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Well, I think we're done and dusted with question 205. Now we're going straight to question 221, asked by Honorable Mulukome from Limpopo. Over to you, Minister. Question 221.
Question 221, Chair, thank you so much. I'm pleased to report to this House on the progress made by the National School of Government in delivering its key training programs over the 2023-24 financial year, particularly Nugela program, board inductions, and traditional leaders training programs. These programs have been instrumental in promoting professional, skilled, and commitment public servants. Starting with the Nugela program, which is a fully online course aimed at strengthening recruitment at senior management level, we saw strong uptake. A total of 5,042 participants registered and 3,276 successfully completed the program, which equipped them with knowledge on public service values, frameworks essential for ethical leadership. Since Nugela inception in 2019, over 37,000 participants have enrolled so far, and more than 23,000 have successfully completed the training. This program has become a valuable component to ensure our public service managers are well prepared and capable of delivering quality services. Moving on to the induction program for Board of Public Entities, designed for new and serving board members. This program ensures that leaders of our public entities understand governance, ethical standard, and which are crucial in their role. In 2023-24 financial year, 116 board members from various public entities, including Poweta Development Corporation, SABC, the Ports Regulator of South Africa, completed programs. There is a list of them which I can forward to the committee so they know which state-owned entities have enrolled. Finally, the socio-economic development for traditional leaders program has proven to be significant success in the last financial year. This course is designed to empower traditional leaders with practical knowledge on facilitating socio-economic development within their communities. This also will address the problem of interface, which was addressed here by Minister of COGTA. This is also one intervention that NSG has come with. In 2023-24 alone, 213 traditional leaders completed this training, which include leaders from across provinces and departments. There is also a list as to how many from departments in question and how many from premiers, because also premiers are taking initiative to assist traditional leaders in making sure that they get the necessary training. This initiative, Chair, supports traditional leaders in playing a more active role in economic development, partnering effectively with communities and stakeholders to unlock opportunities for growth and self-sufficiency. In summary, the NSG continues to make substantial strides towards professionalization public service through such initiatives mentioned above. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question comes from Honorable Mudokome.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the Minister. Minister, how is the admission and curriculum content offered by School of Governance aligned with performance plan and target of each individual employee and the departments? How is the efficiency and effectiveness of this alignment evaluated on an ongoing basis? And does the School of Government have offerings that are tailored to empower the MPs to fulfill their constitutional functions effectively? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The admission requirement for NSG courses are designed to match the needs of each learning, what you call intervention. There is a prerequisite which is based on foundational knowledge, skills, and expertise that indicate the individual readiness to engage with the course itself. Certain courses also require specific competencies to address specialized skills. Each official role is based on both the individual development and also the needs of the particular department. So we do not do like as many people will go to universities to get so many degrees, but when they come to work, they can't perform, they don't know what to do their work. So this is aligned. Even access to open distance learning chairperson courses. It's flexible and designed around strategic objectives and key competencies that offer valuable learning and development opportunities for all government officials. NSG curriculum is designed using department's competency frameworks as well as other relevant frameworks like the competency for financial management to structure the course content. This ensures, Chair, alignment across functional, sectoral, and leadership and management levels within the public sector. This curriculum is inclusive because it also caters for different groups, which includes women, youth, and people with disability. So the NSG training program, on the other part of the question, are monitored and evaluated according to the National Evaluation Policy Framework of 2019 and the NSG's own monitoring and evaluation policy. The relevant outcomes, therefore, the NSG curriculum is purposefully designed to improve the competencies of public servants, emphasizing constitutional values and citizen-centered approach. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is coming from Honorable Nzimande. I don't see him in the house.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm standing in for Honorable Nzimande. I'm not sure if I'm audible.
All right, Makeba, over to you.
Am I audible? Thank you very much, Chair. Sawubona Minister.
Ndaba zethu.
Yeah.
Is the government having any intention or plans to enable traditional leaders to review the training program and the legislative framework to achieve a desired outcome where traditional leaders are empowered not only as enablers but be final arbiters that will empower their communities of socio-economic opportunities on their land? If yes, what are those plans? If not, please, yenza kanjalo, Minister.
Wenza kanjalo, Minister. Over to you.
Angenzi kanjalo. Udaba lobukhosi njengoba bekade ngishilo la ngiphendula umbuzo wokuqala ukuthi i-NSG inama courses ewenzayo ukuze iqeqeshe abaholi bomdabu ukuze bekwazi ukudlala iqhaza elifaneleyo. Ngicabanga ukuthi ke indlela esenza ngayo i-department le iyodwa nokwenziwa NSG ngeke kusifikise la sonke sifuna khona. Sidinga ukubambisana phakathi kweminyango eyehlukene ikakhulukazi ukhokta uminister ushilo la ukuthi nabaneyinhlelo ngoba egcineni kosuku amakhosi nje ngokudalwa kwawo angabanikazi babantu nomhlaba. Ngakho ukuze sibe nokuhlala kahle nokubambisana kudinga ukuthi babe ingxenye. Ezinye izinto ke eziyofeza lelo phupho lakho mhlonishwa ukuthi kube nezichibiyelo ezenziwa emthethweni ukuze uma beya emkhandlweni babe neqhaza elilawulwa ngumthetho kungabi nje ngokungathi bayazi imposa endabeni zomkhandlu. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question comes from Honorable Kennedy Limpopo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of the session. Good afternoon, Minister. Minister, what positive outcomes does the department envisage in the participation by members of boards of public entities in Uganda, and how will traditional leaders' involvement in this process yield positive results in promotion of economic growth in such activity? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the fact that we're trying to come out of the challenges of state capture. We've seen how much state-owned entities have been used to embezzle funds. So such causes by the NSG, because you see, for the longest of time, we have had people who are professors, who are doctors, they've got all these accolades, but their actual conduct does not speak to that. And our interventions as government, where we try to enforce law and otherwise, that on its own is limited. I always say it doesn't make sense that you can open that door wide open and allow all the thieves inside, only to hope that when they are inside here, then we convert them to be ethical people. So these causes that NSG does in relation to state-owned entities go beyond technical skills and all that, but it speaks to actually instilling them, inculcating this culture of servant leadership, bringing back ethics, and for them to understand that what it means to be a civil servant. Because all of us in this room, Chairperson, will remember that when we grew up, young as we were, we all aspired to work for the state because this was a noble thing. We consider that as a calling. There's a sense of duty that we try to bring back into this whole exercise. Also in relation to issues of Amakosi, as I have alluded to that fact, democracy just comes in 1994. We have had traditional leaders who were mastering the matters of their own clans. People were able to live, people were able to self-sustain themselves, to self-sustain because they were led by people who understood how to manage their informal economies. So bringing Amakosi on board for them to understand that they still have a role, and also that when they are in charge of people, they must not necessarily see communities as their subject per se, but they must also have this sense of duty to them and embody this ethical conduct which is expected from any leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next question comes from Honorable Kosal, Western Cape.
Minister, the National School of Government in 2022 introduced a training program on the art of facilitating socio-economic development for traditional leaders for free. The program seeks to support and empower traditional leaders to act as economic change agents in their communities and to be able to create sustainable jobs and create wealth. Chief Edward Mabalan misspent millions of rands that was meant to train over 1,000 Mobile Stad youths in agriculture skills on, amongst other things, 56,000 rand at an exclusive club in Bryanston, 200,000 rand at the Louis Vuitton store in Sandton, and 180,000 rand on a ring for his Real Housewives of Joburg fiancée, Brunette Siupela. One can only wonder if these practices are becoming convention or whether it's the exception to the rule, which used to be the I digress. I digress. Minister.
Mr. Gossett, there's a point of order. Over to you.
I rise on a point of order in terms of Rule 6.1 of the rules of this Honorable House. Honorable member is abusing this House. Chair. He has raised this matter earlier on today, and it is totally irrelevant and does not arise to the question posed to the Honorable Minister. And it is my respectful submission that he is indeed, with due respect, out of order. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nonkoyana. When you look at the original question, it implicates the issue of the socio-economic development of traditional leaders. So I think that the issue of corruption, the issue of misspending of financial resources of the state also go to that part of the question. So I said, your point of order is not sustained, please.
You, Chair.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Chairperson, if I may ask the question now. Minister, I wasn't done. Minister, the question that you were asked was about the uptake and the success of inter alia, the training in socio-economic development for traditional leaders. The picture you painted in your answer was very flattering of this program. So my question to you is related to the success of the training program. Minister, if this is the type of wealth government is creating, would you agree that the program on the art of facilitating socio-economic development of traditional leaders is not achieving the desired outcome?
What to you, Honorable Minister?
I totally disagree with the fact that this does not achieve the desired outcome. I disagree with that. And I want to say this, Chairperson, that the matters that the Honorable Member is raising here, I don't think they should cloud the good work that NSG is doing. because if one traditional leader has committed such allegations, I don't think therefore that there should be, we should take a blanket approach and suggest that all traditional leaders are like that, because I will be very much irresponsible if myself, I bring the issue of Steenhoff, that scandal, and then suggest that all those that are in that sector are corrupt as that was the case. So I think this is just a unique case which needs to be dealt with accordingly. Traditional leaders themselves, they are civil servants first. They are members of this country, so they are bound by the legislations and the constitution of this country. So if they transgress, they must be held to account accordingly, as I'm one myself. When I was sworn in, I took an oath of office. I sought the constitution and all other laws of this country. So if such amakosi are involved in these shenanigans, they must be held to account. Thank you.
Siyabonga, Ngqongqoshe. Thank you. The next question we're going to attend to is question 198, asked by Honorable Makesini from the Free State. Over to you, Minister.
Question 198. Just a second, my papers are misplaced here. I've got too many papers.
98.
Oh, yes, there is.
This is not corruption. The
Question-
questions are misplaced.
Question 198. The answer to this question, this was asked by Makasin. Is that the case? Yes. The answer is that corruption and ethical misconduct are serious threats, not only to the public trust and service delivery, but also to our economy. The Department of Public Service and Administration is actively working to combat corruption among public service employees through comprehensive ethics, oversight, and training initiatives. This is achieved through integrated approach, which involves clear ethical standards, effective disciplinary management, cross-departmental cooperations, structured audit and disclosure, as well as extensive training that foster a culture of integrity and accountability within the public space. The public service regulation also provides for a code of conduct which outlines the behavior expected from a public service employee in order to fulfill their constitutional obligation, which is to be professional, ethical, as it is also envisaged in the constitution of our country. As part of interventions, the department has prioritized the following measures to combat corruption and evaluate ethical standards across the department. We've got the Code of Conduct and Ethics Standard. The department has established a code of conduct detailed in the 2023 public service regulations that guides the ethical and professional behavior that is expected from public employees. This aligns with the South African constitutional mandate to maintain high standard of ethics in public sector. Also, the department or the Public Administration Ethics, Integrity and Disciplinary Technical Assistant Unit, which is PAETI, oversees these standards and as part of the key tools for anti-corruption, as also outlined in 2024-29 midterm development plan to support a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The financial disclosure, through an e-disclosure system, senior managers and designated staff disclose financial interest to help identify conflict of interest. As of the current year, 98% of senior management have submitted their disclosures. The lifestyle audit, the said what you call a unit provide training and support for departments to conduct lifestyle audits, which include detecting unexplained wealth and conflict of interest. These efforts is supported by international partners, and compliance is closely monitored with non-compliance addressed directly so. The discipline management, the department has also improved systems to manage disciplinary cases effectively, which has reduced the costs associated with long-term suspension while assisting departments in clearing backlogs. There is also enhanced monitoring and the central register. The PAETI is developing a central register to attract disciplinary actions or to track disciplinary actions that ensure that dismissed or implicated employees cannot be re-entered or moved from one department to another. The department also collaborates with law enforcement agencies to ensure that corrupt employees face appropriate discipline. Key partnership involved in this process of monitoring conflict of interest and enforcing compliance with anti-corruption regulation include the Auditor General of South Africa, the South African Police Service, and the National Prosecuting Authority. To improve also ethical standard, the department has revived the public service regulation in order to strengthen the code of conduct, which requires that each department establish an ethics committee and appoint an ethics officer responsible for promoting ethics. And also the last point, Honorable Chair, is in relation to training and capacity building. Through collaboration with National School of Government, we have provided comprehensive ethics and anti-corruption courses. So far, over 87,000 officials have been trained in anti-corruption courses covering topics such as identifying corrupt activities, ethical decision-making, and public service integrity, thus enhancing their ability to recognize and respond to unethical behavior. This mandatory training assists in raising awareness across departments while equipping employees to address ethical dilemma and to report misconduct. Through these actions, Chair, we are building a capable, ethical and developed state that ensures public servants serve with integrity and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question comes from Honorable Makesini. Please state.
Thanks, Chairperson. Minister, in protection of the whistleblowers and the senior official in the department, what measures have you put in place to ensure that this intervention that you just said are consistently monitored and enforced across all levels of government, in particular in all the department, because the senior, the whistleblower, it seems as if they are not protected at all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chairperson, I appreciate the question from the member. It is very important that whistleblowers are protected, because if you look at most of the cases of corruption and all other issues relating to misconduct, the government on its own cannot detect that. It is through the whistleblowers that bring those to the attention. And we've seen many people dying in the hands of criminals because they have blown the whistle and they don't enjoy the sufficient protection. The department, as we'll all understand, that some of these activities are happening in different departments. We are working very close with the Department of Justice because that's a department that is responsible for providing whistleblower protection. And also we are encouraging that there should be maximum collaboration, and the issue of long suspension also speaks to this, because the longer it takes to finalize cases exposes the whistleblowers to more risk. So we are working very close with the law enforcement agencies to make sure that our what you call whistleblowers are protected, and we also give them information as to what are their rights when they've actually whistleblowed any matter that needs our attention. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next question comes from Honorable Finis, Northern Cape.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister will agree that while the courageous act of the late Papita Diokoran, who paid the ultimate price at the hand of criminals for reporting corruption, will forever be celebrated. The failure of government to protect whistleblowers through integrated policies will forever be judged as a betrayal against whistleblowers and a lack of political will to fight corruption. In this regard, what is the progress with respect to design of an integrated whistleblowing policy by the department, and what are the interim measures that government is taking to protect whistleblowers? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I hope I understood the member well. As I said when I was answering the previous question, that the Department of Public Service and Administration supports the Department of Justice as the primary responsible department for whistleblower policy to develop integrated policies around whistleblowing. As such, the department in 2018 adopted a guide, Chairperson, on the reporting of unethical conduct, corruption, and non-compliance to the Public Service Act of 1994. So this guide, Honorable Chair, also requires departments to ensure that the protection afforded in terms of the law to those who disclose are made known to the employees. The public service regulation were then also amended to reflect the requirements under the amended Protected Disclosure Act. These include provision of public servants to report corruption. As such, the following regulations were also included. Regulation 13E to guide the reporting of fraud, corruption, nepotism, maladministration, and any other act which constitute the contravention of law. Regulation 14Q, also an employee shall immediately report any non-compliance of the act to the head of department. As the Department of Justice is currently in the process of amending the Protected Disclosure Act, the department, which is the DPSA now, will once again contribute to those processes. And after adoption of the legislation, amended the guide as well as the public regulation to reflect the relevant changes. The department also is contributing to the holistic work of government to ensure an integrated whistleblower policy is followed, as it involves the coordinated efforts of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council to implement the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. The next opportunity for a follow-up question goes to Honourable Ngobo.
Thank you, Chair. Bayete Sogalis Sheng. Honourable Minister, for the 2023 or 2024 financial year, the Public Service Commission, PSC, was allocated approximately 322 million rand to enhance its efforts in promoting ethical standards and combating corruption. Yes. However, the PSC faces significant challenges. It can only make recommendations and lacks the authority to enforce penalties or prosecute offenders. Whistleblower protections are inadequate, leading many individuals to refrain from reporting corruption due to fears of retaliation. This challenge is highlighted by the tragic murder of Babita Deokaran in August 2021, yes, who raised concerns about COVID-19 procurement irregulations. Despite some legislative frameworks, Minister, strong protections for whistleblowers in South Africa are lacking, leaving them vulnerable. My question is, Honourable Minister, what specific measures does your government have in placing to safeguard whistleblowers or reporting corruption within departments? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, may we have your reply, please?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. My response will be similar to what I've said previously. We all agree ukuthi ama-whistleblowers dadewethu awavikelekile kahle. Hence ngikhulume ngodaba lokuthi sisebenza umkhondo esiphanga nomnyango lo wakwa-justice ngoba iwona oyi-custodian yepolicy edila nokuvikela abantu laba basuke behlabe umkhosi. Iqiniswe ngelithi-ke ukuze sifinyelele kulokho esikuhlosile sidinga ukuba iminyango yonke isebenze ngokubambisana futhi siphuthumise indaba ukuthi uma kunamacala abikiweyo asheshe aphothulwe ngoba uma kuba nesikhathi eside engaphothuliwe lokho ku-expose labo ababikileyo ukuthi begcine belandelelwa iyigebengu lezi ngoba lokhu zingaphandle ezinye zazo ithola ibheyili. Yiqiniso ukuthi-ke i-PSC i-commission le amandla ayo awafiki la sifuna khona. Ngicabanga ukuthi-ke le ndlu izosilekelela ukuthi the bill that is with the NCOP should be fast-tracked because that's the only measure that will assist the Public Service Commission to be able to be independent and have the necessary teeth that it needs, because at the moment they will investigate cases and recommend, but it ends there because looks like they don't have that binding recommendations. So we plead with the committee to assist us in fast tracking that bill, which will address some of the gaps that are in the execution of their mandate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Taking the opportunity to ask for support. Well done. The opportunity for a follow-up now passes to the Honourable Badenhorst.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable Minister, the South African economy is still reeling from the explosion of corrupt activities between 2015 and 2019. Duly enabled by the delaying tactics of former President Jacob Zuma, in assenting to the Public Administration Management Act 2014 and implementing the Act's directive to establish the Public Administration Ethics, Integrity and Disciplinary Technical Assistance Unit, which finally saw the light on the 1st of April 2020. What has this unit, just in broad strokes, Minister, achieved over the past 4 years in terms of disciplinaries and dismissals? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Badenhorst. Honourable Minister, over to you.
Honourable Chairperson, the first part of the question or the preamble speaks to the tactics as alleged of former President Jacob Zuma, which I'm not going to speak to that. But I agree that the issue of corruption is a concern to all of us. And even what is an advantage as we speak today, and what we should take advantage of, is the fact that the 7th administration seem to have a total different approach in as far as how do we approach matters of corruption. Across board, across all political parties, there is a serious commitment and a political will to address such matters. And the other issues that was raised, I think on my previous comments, I've answered that, but it's very expected of us to seize the opportunity that has presented itself now to deal with these issues of corruption and make sure that we bring our country back to the growth trajectory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, we now come to question number 214. It's a question relating to suspended employees, and it was asked by the Honourable Nzimande. May we have your reply, please, Minister?
Question 214. Oh, there is it. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The Ministry of Public Service and Administration has prioritized measures to deter the misuse of authority concerning suspension within the public sector. In alignment with the Public Service Regulation of 1994, Section 3H of the Ministry has established norms and standards that regulate the suspension process and guard against potential abuse. In terms of the Disciplinary Management Directive, which is to promote fair, efficient disciplinary practice, the department implemented the Directive on Discipline Management in Public Service effective from the 1st of April 2024. Under this directive, suspensions must adhere to a specific criteria, and if no hearing is conducted within 60 days of an employee suspension, the suspension automatically lapses. At this point, the employee is expected to return to work. These criteria reinforce prompt resolution of cases and minimize the prolonged suspension without due cause. Secondly, Chairperson, is the consequence for non-adherence, meaning that failure to comply with the directive constitutes misconduct, as outlined in Section 16A of the Public Service Act of 1994. The Minister, however, Chairperson, does not have the direct authority to impose sanction on HODs who do not adhere to this regulation. Instead, such cases are escalated with relevant cases referred to appropriate authorities. Here I'm referring to cases that are not within the Department of Public Service, other departments. In alignment with recent Labour Court precedents, any extension of precautionary suspension beyond 60 days must be formally justified in writing by the inquiry's chairperson. The Department of Public Service Administration has then adopted this practice as part of its ongoing efforts to manage the overdue cases transparently. In addition, Chairperson, the Public Administration Ethics, Integrity and Disciplinary Technical Assistant Unit actively monitors and report on long overdue suspension. These cases are reported to AG with emphasis, which emphasizes the department's commitment to accountability and ensuring that disciplinary processes that are fair, transparent, and within the prescribed regulation. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I note that Mr. Nzimande is not in the house. I believe there is a follow-up from Honourable Zulu.
Yes, Chair, thank you very much once again for the opportunity given. Indeed, I will ask a follow-up question on behalf of Honorable Nzimande. The combined amount of the remuneration paid to the public service employees placed on precautionary suspension amounts to millions of rands, and in some instances, departments decide to implement the recommendations of PSC on compliance issue regarding the suspension in issue. Suspension in issue have both emotional and psychological effects on employees with ultimate adverse effects on performance. Employees are absolved from wrongdoings, and if the employees are ordered to report for duty through the arbitration award and the labor court judgments. The follow-up question to the Honorable Minister is as follows. Is the Minister having any plans to subject the affected employees to health and wellness program to reduce or eliminate the impact of unfair precautionary suspension imposed on the employees? If not, Minister, please explain as to why. Thank you very much. Hlonish.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think we should depart from a point of view that says we really value our public servants because they are like the heart of this country. They do exactly what the heart does to the body. All our ambitions as a country, can it be fighting corruption itself, can it be economic growth or whatever, hinges a lot on public servants. I always make an example, Chairperson, that even those of us who decide to join planet Earth, the first point of contact is that midwife in the hospital. That's how important they are, which therefore links me to an answer to the Honourable Member, that issues of wellness in the workspace is what the department is championing. Siyaqonda ukuthi abaningi abasebenzi abanye abaperform kahle emsebenzini, not because abanawo ama-skills, but ngenxa ukuthi kunento eziningi ezibakhungathile, abanye psychological and otherwise, abanye izimo zakhona emsebenzini ezenza ukuthi uma bevuka ekuseni bengakujabuleli ukuya emsebenzini. Ngakho i-department-ke inazo iy'nhlelo zokuqinisekisa ukuthi okokuqala nakho konke ukuze sikwazi ukwenza konke esifuna ukwenza, sidinga ukuba sibe nabasebenzi abajabulileyo nabakhuthalelayo ukuvuka ekuseni beye emsebenzini. Yiqiniso ukuthi-ke ziningi iy'mali ey'chithakalayo nje ubushilo kulabo abakhokhelwa besemakhaya. Yingakho futhi-ke i-department le iqhamuke ne-intervention ethi kunokuthi abantu besuspendwe, ngono betransfer uma kungukuthi unecala obekwa lona, utransfer usuke kwenye i-department. Ngokwesibonelo, uma uchargwe ngecala mhlawumbe lokukhwabanisa imali ngoba usebenza kwa-supply chain, move lapho usuke kwi-department ese-back office ungekusebenza nemali ukuze uzoqhubeka unikeze ama-service akho kwi-state while usahamba-ke icala-ke lelo lihambayo ukuze singalahlekelwa ukuthi ucontribute uhole imali usekhaya. So iqiniso-ke lithi i-department yenza konke engahle ikwenze ngokubambisana futhi nama-private sectors. We've got o-Metropolitan abakwazi ukuthi bathi put izandla zabo emsebenzini wohulumeni ukulekelela ukuthi abasebenzi bajabulile, abasebenzi bayakwazi ukuthi baperforme ngendlela efanelekeyo. Futhi asilibali ukuthi sisuka kuba ezinye izingxaki zabasebenzi zi-historical. Omunye uyasebenza kodwa wondla imindeni ngama-20, imali ayiholayo uma kuphela inyanga ayimsizi ngalutho, agcine engasabe nawo umdlandla ukuthi ahambe ayosebenza. Into zonke esizibukayo ukuthi kala kukho konke fast sibe nabasebenzi abajabulileyo ukuze bekwazi ukuperforma kahle. Ngiyabonga.
Yabonga, Minister. Thank you very much. The next supplementary question will come from the Honourable Molokome.
Thanks, Chair. Honorable Minister, has any empirical determination been made about prevalence of officials who abuses their authority to keep employees on suspensions beyond the prescribed period? If so, what are the relevant details, and are there any plans to classify this as part of the punishable offenses under the Prevention of Organized Corruptions Act in collaboration with the Criminal Justice Cluster? And if not, why, Honorable Minister? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your response, please, Minister.
Thanks. At the moment, such matters are not criminal in nature, so you can't criminalize that. But what we do as a department is exactly what I've just said, that we try to enforce compliance within the 60 days, and failing which we intervene. And there must be reasons that are sound enough as to why there's been an extension, and only one person can grant that, and that is the chairperson of that disciplinary, what you call process. The department also intervene where there is shortage of skills. We second people there to go and assist to make sure that those cases are fast-tracked. That is also one way of trying to make sure that everything is done within the stipulated time. We also monitor from time to time the progress. We get feedback from different departments so that we know who is lacking. And if there are challenges that are actually identified, as I mentioned before, we escalate that to the relevant authorities. If in the case of a DG, we will escalate it to the executive authority so that that authority can be able to intervene and make sure that such cases are actually fast-tracked. Thank you so much. But we do agree that there is an element that we need to deal with, which is the usage of such processes to score personal scores to department, to officials rather. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Let's move on to Honourable Badenhorst again.
Hi, Minister, it's me again. I'm sorry, we're still stuck in the same question regarding the effectiveness of the Public Administration Ethics, Integrity and Disciplinary Technical Assistance Unit. And that was my previous question. So considering, Minister, that the purpose of the Public Administration Ethics, Integrity and Disciplinary Technical Assistance Unit is, according to your budget, to manage, develop and monitor the implementation of policies, strategies and programs related to ethics and integrity in the public service, and to provide technical assistance and support when required. With a budget of 75.1 million rand over the medium-term expenditure framework period, and looking at the actual expenditure trends and estimates, how effective do you think can this unit be with an average expenditure of less than 30% a year since its inception on the 1st of April 2020? Could we then not assume that this unit could be construed as an April Fool's joke? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Over to you, Minister.
I think we can't conclude like that. Firstly, we must appreciate our fiscal constraints and how much we would actually want to achieve in every department. I think if they were to decide as to how much money they must be allocated, we will say exorbitant amounts of money because of the amount of work that we are doing. The work of this unit is very effective. While I also understand the fact that its effectiveness may not actually be easily seen because they work under stringent budget constraints. So if therefore they were to be allocated extra money, then so much can happen, because even in the office itself, it is understaffed. They don't have like personnel there, yet so much work has to be done. And worse, if we had to extend to local government, which is what we are not actually covering now, the issue of capacity, I think cuts across, there is not enough capacity. And when you look at the challenges that we have at hand, it suggests that we won't be able to get to where we want to get with what we have. But we have learned the art of cutting our coat according to the cloth. That's the unfortunate part. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The next opportunity for a supplementary question is allocated to the Honourable Churwa Mpongose. I see she's not here. Do you have anything for us, Honourable Makasine? No, nothing? Good. We then proceed on to Minister. We will move then on to question 223. The question relates to the Centre for Public Service Innovation Partnerships, and it's been posed by the Honourable Kaunda. Question 223. If you can have your reply, please,
Okay.
Minister.
Thank you very much. The Centre for Public Service Innovation is actively leveraging partnerships as outlined in the operational notice 700 of 2011, which is to foster and enhance innovation within the public sector. There is a list of key aspects of its collaboration efforts across various sectors. One of them is development and support of innovation. The CPSI collaborates with the private sector to host and support use of cases and proofs of concept, such as utilization of Amazon Web Service for cloud solution and IBM for artificial intelligent cybersecurity. The second one is SME support, where CPI supports local innovations by partnering with SMEs like the MOADE for a learner management system, and Saya Santona's Let's Talk app, and app that is designed on the basis of good governance to help local and provincial governments reach the Batupile principles, and that all projects are completed in time and handed over in rightful communities and citizens. The third one is sponsorship. The CPI secures sponsorship for events, including the annual Public Sector Innovation Conference, awards, with contributions from organizations such as BCX, AWS, and Microsoft, and Momentum Metropolitan Health Group. The second part is the partnership with other stakeholders. To that effect, we've got partnership with government institutions. We work closely with the portfolio institutions like the Department of Public Service and Administration. The CPI has introduced merged awards like the National Batupile Excellence and Innovation Awards, and has helped review innovation-related causes with the National School of Government, with an aim of creating an ecosystem that aligns with government objectives. The Public Sector Service Delivery Department, CPSI, also collaborate with the Service Delivery Department, sharing resources and co-developing solutions, such as a digital fingerprint solution with the Gauteng Department of Health to improve public services. The national and provincial collaborations, here we partner with offices of premiers, and we allow the CPSI to replicate in-house developed solutions across provinces, enhancing resource sharing. The other one is youth-led organizations. Here, the center partners with youth-led organizations like the Chikulucha to foster digital skills through hackathons and skills program, which in turn helps bridge the gap in digital literacy among future public servants. And the academia, the partnership with academia, research and knowledge integration. In partnership with the Vet School of Governance and the University of Johannesburg, the CPSI integrates academic research into public sector innovation, including projects like co-hosting IceGov 2024 with the department, mainly focusing on e-governance. The department also developed the relationship with internationals. With the support from United Nations Development Program, the CPSI has piloted projects like the Let's Talk app in the integrated districts, supporting the CPSI's objective to bring innovation solution to local communities. Then the last one is the global knowledge sharing, where internationally CPI participate in global forums as a judge in awards like Association of African Public Administration Innovation Awards, which serves as a national, it also serves as a national contact point for organizations for economic community development and collaborates with the United Nations Department of Economics and Social Affairs on public sector innovation. This includes promoting South Africa projects that have won international recognition, such as the Mpumalanga Smart Agricultural Boxes and the Western Cape Center for Innovation. These partnerships, Chair, brings to the front the CPI's commitment to enhance public service innovation by fostering a collaborative environment that integrates contributions from private sector, academia, youth, and international peers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Buthelezi. Just in time, well managed. The Honourable Kaunda is not in the House today, but he is represented by the Honourable Mabebo, who has the supplementary question.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable Minister, are there any incentive schemes by the department to reward high-level innovative initiatives by individuals, sector departments, private sector as part of showcasing and promoting best practice across the government? And to what extent is there a government-wide integration and coordination of innovation management?
Thank you, Honourable Member. And may we have your reply, please, Minister?
Yes, Honourable Chairperson. Each year, the CPSI acknowledge individuals and teams through an award program, which is aimed at discovering, recognizing, and rewarding service delivery innovation. These programs also serve as a feeder to the CPI's replication initiative, which promotes a widespread adoption of this innovation. We've got innovative individuals who are honored through the Public Sector Innovation Trailblazer Awards, which celebrates leaders in digital transformation across all levels. For example, the Mr. Thando Luyabo, Chief Information Officer of the Information Regulatory and creator of the CIPS Biz Portal, received an award in 2021. We've got also sector departments who are also recognized under this program. For example, what I've just mentioned, the Mpumalanga Department of Agriculture, which also is one way of recognizing their work and also incentivizing them. The CPSI also acknowledges private sector contributions, particularly from social entrepreneur collaborating with the government. An example of this is Ms. Sibongile Mongati, the founder of Ukhamba Prosthesis, who received a special ministerial award for the innovative prosthesis, which significantly benefit the amputees. For government-wide integration of innovation management, the CPI also collaborates closely with offices of premiers, notably the Northwest and the Western Cape Province, have established a provincial unit dedicated to this purpose, and the awards program is launched annually in partnership with the offices of these premiers respectively. So the CPI also launched a public sector system developer network to share and replicate digital solutions across department. Through this network, departments are encouraged to in-source IT skills such as system developers and cybersecurity specialists. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. Let's hear next from the Honourable Brits.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable Minister, the Centre for Public Service Innovation was established in 2008 with a mandate
of nurturing innovation in the public sector by creating new service delivery solutions, resulting in significant improvements in outcomes, efficiency, effectiveness, and quality. The center boasts on its website that it responds to the specific needs and challenges in the public sector to drive innovation where it is most needed. Now, Honourable Minister, very little evidence can be found to justify the centre's existence, bearing in mind that the current state of sorrowful service delivery across various state departments. Can you list, besides the 22 Sector Innovation Awards, any specific other projects initiated, implemented, and concluded by the centre over the past 16 years that ensure that South African taxpayers is getting value for money, and provide evidence to this House that State Department service delivery challenges were actually addressed and resolved over the past 16 years in line with this centre's aforementioned mission statement? Thank you, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brits. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I understand the concern by the member, which suggests that very little is being seen as to what the Center for Innovation is doing. But we must appreciate the fact that so much is happening. I think one of the challenges which adds to what the member is saying is the fact that you've got so many innovations that they are coming within the system, but the silo approach of government departments is the cause for us not to see the results or the impact that we are all expecting. For an example, we found that there is an innovation in trying to address a particular service delivery problem, but departments will go out to the private sector to source that kind of innovation, yet it is there inside department. So I think the coordination of all our endeavors and departments speaking to each other will be the only way that we begin to see the changes and the innovations that is out there. As I've alluded to the issues of awards, these are innovations that are taking place here. Like here in the Eastern Cape, they even received an international award. But how much are we maximizing on that? How much government departments are they using that kind of innovation? That is the problem. So up until, Chairperson, that we collaborate and then we in-source services that are already there, we'll begin to see the difference that we all want to see. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister. The next opportunity passes to the Honourable Theza, who I see is also not in the House.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, given that the public servants are a key source of innovation, what recent efforts have you taken to encourage and promote the generation of ideas in the public sector? And which challenges are faced in the successful execution of this role? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Theza. Minister?
May I humbly ask that he just repeat his question? I couldn't get him clearly.
Honourable Theza, sorry, the sound is quite poor in the House. If we can ask you to repeat and maybe a little bit closer to your microphone, if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you very much. I think that the House would have to employ proper sound people internally. Minister, given that public servants, I don't understand what's going on. Can you protect me, Chair?
Yeah.
Honourable Member, if you can sit closer to your microphone, it is important to note members are given a technical equipment allowance in order to procure things like on microphones and improve video equipment. But if you can sit forward and speak clearly into your microphone, please.
Chair, I'm not going to have to speak. I'm from a doctor, so I don't understand what you are talking about. Given that, my question is, Minister, given that public servants are a key source of information, What recent efforts have you taken to encourage and promote the generation of ideas in the public sector? And which challenges are faced in the successful execution of this role? Am I audible?
You are audible. Thank you very much. Much better. Thank you, Honourable Member. Minister, I trust you heard that.
Yes, I heard that. Honorable Preza, it is true that the information is there. Public has so much information. And as I have said, that this center, as it innovates, it tries to be inclusive in all its approach. I have mentioned the fact that they are partnering with private sector. They are also partnering with youth where such information comes to the fore. And the only challenge that we have, as I have alluded, is the fact that we need to improve as government to collaborate in all our efforts so that we maximize and also make sure that we do not duplicate things and we do not spend money unwisely. Because the moment that we are able to collaborate and we are actually maximizing on what we already have, it's only then that this information that you're talking about, which is already there, can see through government departments and we are able to use it to leverage on that. I think I'm answering you correctly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. The last supplementary question for the day will come from the Honourable Peter.
Agbare voorzitter. Good evening, Minister. Given that rural areas are often left behind due to a lack of ICT infrastructure and basic digital literacy, further restricting citizens' access to digital services, what effectiveness measures will be taken to engage these vulnerable groups and guarantee that they have equitable access to government services? Mhlekazi wami, ezilalini ezinkqubo zolukhanyiselo lwengqondo alukho kakuhle pha. The technologies ilapha ezidolophini ayikho ezilalini. Siyabuza ke mhlekazi ukuba noko ukuze abantu bakwazi nabo ukuxhamla zeziphi inkqubo eniyeni izithathe ezikhawulezileyo ukufikelela kubo. Inkosi.
Nkosi Ngombuzo, Honourable Member, thank you very much for the question. Over to you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. Baie dankie Agbare. Ek probeer Afrikaans ook. I think it is true that people in rural areas most of the time are excluded because of so many reasons. Some are historically, even structurally so. It's difficult to reach out. Kodwa-ke kubalulekile ukuthi ngikusho ukuthi part of these innovations, especially ebengikhuluma ngayo Gauteng, the person who came up with that innovation, especially, was somebody from deep rural. I was told that these twin were actually traveling so many kilometers to get to town where they were able to work on their project because la bahlala khona ukude kakhulu awekho onke ama services. Kodwa lokhu bekuchaza ukuthi njengohulumeni sibambisene sonke nanje amalunga alendlu lena sinomthwalo omkhulu kabi wokuzama ukuthi izinkonzo zifinyelele ebantwini bakithi emakhaya. Ngoba uma nje sikhuluma ngayo innovation le, innovation is technology. And most of the time, when we transit into technology, that normally leaves behind the poor of the poor. It doesn't include them in itself. So I think that's a collective responsibility as government to make sure that when we innovate and when we move to the digital world and this technology world, no one is left behind. And that is also in the center of the Center for Public Innovation, that when we transit, we don't leave no one behind. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister. As you resume your seat, I'd like to thank you, Minister, for appearing today. I'd like to thank also all MECs, permanent and special delegates, and SALGA representatives for availing themselves for today's sitting and making it the success that it was. Honourable delegates, that concludes the business of the day. Honourable members, I therefore adjourn the House and I ask you to all rise as the usher of the Black Rod performs his duties. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Thanks very much.
He's been scarce.
Honorable Jane.
Hey? What is it?
Recording stopped.